Yo, what's cracking, everybody, man? I'm GG. You tuned in to the Green Gorilla channel. It's the place where black men can express themselves freely, straight up with no chases, man. It's Sunday morning. What's cracking? What's cracking, man? Hey, I've been up since 5. I wake up at 5 a.m. every morning without fail. It is what it is. So I'm already, I'm up doing my thug thistle real early. You know how it go, man. Before I even get things started, though, I want to give a shout out to all you haters out there, man. I know you hate watchers out there lurking and disliking all the videos as much as you possibly can and flagging the channel because you are lame. Keep doing what you're doing, haters. Keep my name in your mouth and bump up the algorithm for me. Thank you. Also, man, if you're just not getting in, man, make sure you hit that like button for me, please, man. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't subscribed to the channel and the bell notification button, please, so you can stay abreast of what's going on here on the Green Gorilla channel. And like I always do, I want to give a shout out to all the members of the channel on both the YouTube and the Patreon side. So shout out to An Honest Look, Roderick Jackson, Be About Peace and Pleasure, Cutting Up with the Jones, Void Be Free, Zanko 1, Cornelius Bellamy, Sherlin Woe, Salty Balls, and Michael Johnston. Big up. No Sleep, Inherently Enthusiastic, Tell Toya, Jaztec, Brotherly Love, Divine Love Ridge, Timothy Blewett, G-Star, Hero in the Apocalypse, Ted Gunderson, and Outside the Cube. Big up. Big up Gerard Shelton, Raiz Moajid, Wild Bear, Sun Rob, Warnolis, BGS Ibmore, FA4L Andre, Mantis on Break, Lock Vegas, Bimrock, and Damian H. Big up to y'all, man. Passport OG, Dr. Tiasan Johnson, Rasheed Barnes, Blacksword, 404, Leon, Artisan MC, Dubwill, Mr. Good Dad, Third Coast X, Michael Ross, and 63rd Samurai. Big up. Ishmael Samad, The Watcher, Hostile Adept, The Ruthless Heartless Revelator, Kill the Game, Dr. Thunder, Jason Hales, Charles Finney, Interesting Thoughts, Salty Balls. Hold on, man, I done been through this shit already, man. Like, why is the screen fucking with me like this, man? My bad. I apologize, man. Trying to figure out Ishmael Samad, The Watcher, Hostile Adept, The Ruthless Heartless Revelator, Kill the Gang, Dr. Thunder, Jason Hills, Charles Finney, Interesting Thoughts, Silent Warrior, Naomi Gary, J. Cleveland Green, The Toxic Masculinist, Pulpit 28, Larry R., Seth Son, Afro Troop TV, Show Me, Spain Man, Seventh Coast Dojo, Anthony Davis, I'm Just Jules, Ricky Dawson, Stefan, True 7360, Mr. Me Too, Call for President, Gold Professor, AKs and Curtains, H-Town, Rogers the Billmonger, Adrian Thomas, Electrician 480, D. Scott, Path Guy, Pete Rock, Aaron Peters, Vince Lindsay, Quiz the Poet, Black Wizard, Shadow Observer, Troy Warren, Mrs. KP Bailey, Alan Wiley, The Face, Life of Commerce, AI Apostle, Jeffrey Speed, Marvin Battle Jr., Adam Ignatz Mouse, Dr. Tree, 77 Base X, Brian McMurray, Karen S. and Charles Rogers. Big up to all y'all, man. Shout out to Rick Ross, Sandra Jean, Charles Gilmore, Greg, Barry Little, Mr. Valentino, Doc LaRock, Mark Swift, Odd Collar, Donald Watts, Coach Hotep, Mr. Blue Collar, TD Hip Hop Media, Drew Main, Mr. Heat, Sir Anthony, MLR, Universal 178, Aaron Smith, DH, A Double, Kalanja Collar, and WPR1. Also, shout out to the brothers in the ethereal plane, Forrest Windu, David Curl, and Kevin Samuels. And then on the Patreon side, I want to give a shout out to Frank Black, Robert Wicks, Shine Language, Chris Flowers, Christopher Burton, Daxby, The Tetrahedron, J Live, Keith Bass Jr., Nick, Albert C., Dr. Ben Vincent, Waffle Weave, Darnell Smith, Excalibur, Pursuer Prisoner, Taz, Dragon 59, Jay Bailey, Momal, and Asangwa. Big up to all y'all. Y'all deserve a round of applause. Thank you so much for supporting the Green Gorilla channel on an ongoing basis and dealing with me and my bullshit. And if you're wondering how you can become a member of the Green Gorilla channel, man, here's how you do it. I'll be back. What's good, everybody? I'm the G with a PhD, and you're tuned in to the Green Gorilla channel, the place where black men can express themselves freely, straight up, no chaser. Today, I want to introduce you to my new membership program that consists of 5 levels where you can invest in the Green Gorilla channel on a monthly basis and receive level-specific perks. Memberships are special because they improve the quality of the content of the channel and will help me to be able to keep the channel going. Now, to participate in the Green Gorilla channel membership program, all you have to do is hit the join button, which is located right next to the subscribe button on my channel page. Now, for all of my subscribers who decide not to participate in my membership program, nothing will change. The content will keep coming the way it always has. Thanks for watching. And be careful out here, people. Bless. All right, man, we back. Before I get things started and bring in my guest, man, and the drum roll, I know you're waiting to hear from the guests, but before we do that, man, I got some disclaimers, First of all, number one, man, this content that I make recognizes that both men and women have the potential for virtue or vice. It opposes the blaming or stigmatizing of any sex or gender as the only repository of wrongdoing or oppression. Disclaimer number two, in discussing the dynamics between black men and women, I acknowledge that historical and contemporary forces have interfered with and shaped these relationships. This includes slavery, Jim Crow laws, the welfare state, mass incarceration, among other factors. Disclaimer 3, I recognize the complexity of the Civil Rights Act of '64 and its multifaceted impacts. While initially aimed at racial injustice, on this channel we explore how the focus has shifted to include sexual and gender justice and the implications this has had on different demographic groups. Disclaimer 4, our discussion may touch on the welfare system in the U.S. and its focus on female-headed households. We will explore the consequences of this approach and its contribution to the phenomena peculiarly described as the feminization of poverty. Okay? Disclaimer 5, the show provides a platform for black men to openly discuss their experiences and concerns. It emphasizes the right to address perceived neglect by various entities and the importance of a community space for dialogue, shared experience, and mutual support. Disclaimer 6, the space is dedicated to thoughtful, respectful, and in-depth exploration of the topics discussed. If you're looking for quick solutions or wish to engage in disparaging or bashing participants and contributors, this might not be the space for you. You're free to disconnect and consume content elsewhere that aligns with your preferences. In other words, feel free to kick rocks. You ain't got to be here, man. You can go ahead and ride and slide out, Trick. Also, disclaimer 7, man. I am not a leader. I'm not a politician, a counselor, a spiritual advisor, a financial advisor. I'm not a psychiatrist, a psychologist, game coach, life coach, personal assistant, or any other role that may imply professional guidance or authority in various domains. I'm here to hold discussions that may or may not lead to political action or reform. I argue that as an individual, you are responsible for your own development and agency, and that demands for me to undertake actions on your behalf based on my education or experience is parasitism. Your participation should be rooted in personal curiosity, intellectual exploration, and independent thinking. And the views expressed here are based on the understanding of complex social, political, and historical context, and they are presented for thoughtful consideration and reflection. And I encourage a respectful and open-minded approach to the content. Again, if you don't like it, man, small wonder, man. Slide and ride out, Trick. But having said all that, brought a guest with me today. Name is Felicia Gray. What's cracking? How you doing?
Hey, how you doing?
What's going on? So, from what I understand, you the homegirl. You from the Lou, right?
I am.
Yeah, well, save me a box of some mixed fried rice. Extra egg and onion.
I got you. How you doing?
I'm cool, man. How are you doing this fine Sunday morning?
I'm all right.
Yeah, look, don't be nervous, man. You good. All right, we just gonna have these conversations, because we got a lot to converse about. Before I do that, though, I want to give a shout out to Volcanus. Shout out to you, sir. Thank you for the $20 hitter. Shout out to Gregory Scotland for the $2 hitter. He says, "Salute, GG. Is May hanging around?" Don't know, my brother. I have no idea, man. I ain't a husband, dog. I don't know where he look. I have no keepings ups, no beings and doings, man, related to where her whereabouts are, bro. Real talk. Shout out to Salty Balls. He says, "Thine brethren bestow from the treasure chest a half of May's worth of coinage from the Merchants Guild to the sage between the columns." Man, this dude, wow, man. Shout out to Salty Balls, man. So anyway, this conversation between you and I has been facilitated because you asked for it, correct?
I did. I wanted to clear. I wanted to clear some stuff up.
Okay, so just to let you know, this is not me basically calling out Felicia Gray, trying to shame her or whatever y'all call it, SBE and all. That's not what this is about. She asked me because I responded to a comment she made in my comment section on one of my videos. And so she requested that we have a conversation, that she come up on the show to clear the air. Just so you know, okay? So, having said all that, let me give the backdrop and the context for my response to your conversation. So and at least this most recently, okay? Because you've jabbed at me a couple of times in the comment section. True or false?
Yeah, and you ignored them, or maybe YouTube just ain't give me the notification
Well,
because
look,
that
I
seemed
can't
like a
respond to
problem too.
I get a lot of comments, okay? So if I didn't respond to your comments in previous, exchanges or whatever the case may be, don't take it personal because I don't respond to everybody's comment, man. It's too many of them. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, but ultimately, here and there, I will see what you say. You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, I'll see you say something that I think is in defense of black women, and like, hold on, nigga, who you talking to? Like, it's like almost like you're protecting the sisterhood in to some degree. Okay, now I'm not saying that you don't have the right to do that. You have the right to do that. Okay, but the most recent comment you left, if I can go to it, I don't know what video it's actually on. But I think it was on the video where I'm having a conversation about black women. I think it was about like either was on affirmative action or it was about which one was it about, May? Just tell me. Which video did you leave a comment on? Because I'm fishing for it right now.
Well, I saw your video, the opposition hour that you did.
It was on May's video. That's what it was.
I don't remember. It was like 3 weeks ago. I missed the live, but I found that video looking for another video of yours that I was trying to post somewhere, and listening to it to see what it was. That's when I saw you pulled up my comment, and I was like, damn.
But I had to respond to it though. I'm gonna find at this moment. I'm about to dig for that. But in your own estimation, what was the comment based on? Because I'm just reword it on your own terms, and then I'm gonna go back and find it actually and tell you like why I responded to it.
Well, I just want to say I did take what you said out of context on some videos that you did, maybe coming up on a year ago now. Video that a couple videos that you did one about where you titled "Black Mothers Think Their Sons Are Stupid," and then you did another video with a young man you interviewed that went to an all boys school, and y'all discussed the outcomes of boys who went to that school, which were really good. It sounded like for a lot of them. So uh, I did take it out of context and listening back because you responded with such vitriol in the in the
No,
opposition
I
video.
wasn't
And then,
I can see as a woman why you would consider it to be vitriolic, but you already know my policy, man. Like, I'm gonna be like, I'm not gonna change myself. I'm not gonna all of a sudden like become pedestalizing and infantilizing of you because of the comments that you make. Like, if it's a guy that makes a comment, I'll answer in the same way. But the whole point is sometimes you can get a little vitriolic yourself. Will you acknowledge that? Okay, so I'm just like a boomerang. I'm like, okay, if you're gonna hurl some shit, I'm gonna hurl some shit back.
but I wasn't vitriolic in my comment. I was passionate. Like it was misplaced though, because like I said, I took you out of context. But Yeah, I mean that's how you do. That's cool. I that's cool. I'll listen to you long enough. I know.
So at least you can acknowledge that you took my words out of context.
I
I
did.
think
I
I know
can't.
where it is. I
I
think
can't.
I know where. Hold on. I think I know where the comment was. I think it's on. Why would affirmative action's biggest beneficiaries seek to destroy it? I think that's where. There we go. There we go. Hold on. Let me make myself a little bit bigger.
See, and you must have said something in the context of that video to that triggered that comment. That stem because when you did the video when you did
I
the
triggered you,
video
huh?
when you did the video about black, well no, I think it was the video where you interviewed the guy and you brought up the case about the Detroit schools and the them wanting to establish uh schools for black boys. It led me to dig into that case, and I just was floored by what I read about it and how the judge or how the courts ruled on it or
So
what
this is
have you.
what you said. This is
Oh,
what you said. And I was a little bit vitriolic. The only
see,
reason I was, it
see,
says in a video you did a while back, you were interviewed by a young brother about his experience going to a school for boys and the benefits. You talked about a case in Detroit where black educators were trying to establish a school for black boys, and you blamed black mothers for shutting down their efforts. But that was not the case. The court made the same ruling that a school for black boys was unconstitutional and violated the Equal Protection Clause. The ACLU, the National Organization of Women Legal Defense Fund, and other predominantly white law firms aided in securing that ruling against that school being established and it being funded by the Board of Education, which they were actually ready to do until white paternalism supremacy asserted itself. But you blame black moms because of the one named plaintiff who was a poor single mother on welfare in my Tupac voice. Literally, who was, in my opinion, manipulated by those same liberal gatekeepers, the ACLU, etc., into pursuing that case. However, because of pressure from the community, that black mother bowed out as the plaintiff, which to me says she came to an understanding and saw the game being played. But those orgs, in conjunction with the judicial system, shot those efforts down because, and I paraphrase, it's not in the interest of the state to educate black boys and girls by proxy. Edited. I say all that to say the gate been up. So in other words, you accuse me of blaming black mothers for shutting down the efforts, okay? That's what you said. And my response was, I said, you're a motherfucking lie. I said, you lying like a motherfucker, which is what you usually do to make yourself seem like you're right. Why do
what?
this
What
when
you
I
mean? I
actually,
usually do.
because sometimes you're, come on, man, Felice, just keep it. I don't know what part of the city you from.
North side.
On the north, on the north, on Natural Bridge of Kings Highway, you
I
gotta
grew up
admit that
on.
sometimes you come and you throw shade in the space, man. You come and you be throwing darts and shit, and then you ride out. Keep it 100. Do you
Okay,
not? Do you or do you not do that?
I do sometimes.
Okay, you do drive-bys and then you
It
roll
depends.
out.
It depends. It don't be at you.
Every now and then you'll throw some like that's a drive-by that you did in the comment section.
Okay. Okay.
Right or wrong. Keep it 100 now.
Yeah,
So I
I mean,
said,
if you want to call it that, yeah.
okay, so I said, look, I actually recorded a video, which is archival evidence, in which I said the exact opposite. And I misspelled that, but of what you're claiming I said. And I say, I mean, why? This is why niggas don't fuck with many black chicks, man. y'all have to be right at all costs and will fucking lie in order to do it.
I wasn't trying to be right, and I wasn't trying to like skew information. Like I took you out of context. I just did, and
It
that's my
was a
bad.
little harsh what I said, but the only reason I felt like it was harsh was because I'm like, you just, and then look at your comment got 6 fucking thumbs up. Like, I don't know who watched these videos, man, or like, and what they consider I say and what other people say, but I know it's a lot of people that hate watch the videos. I get that, okay? They watch because they hate. But I'm like, come on, man. Like, if I say something, like, I'm not always very careful with my words, but for the most part, I'm as careful as I possibly can be. I don't spew bullshit just for the sake of spewing it. A lot of people think that I do, but I don't. And the reason I say, all I can do is just go to the point. Look, I'm gonna go to the video. Okay, so look, I have to actually share the video. I had to share it through StreamYard because otherwise the audio won't play. Okay, so share the screen, Black Boys in Education. And this is what I said. Okay. But just 3 weeks before the schools are to open, the plan has been thrown into question. A lawsuit to force the male academies to admit girls was filed in federal district court on August 5th by the American Civil Liberties Union and the National Organization for Women. Now, this is the exact thing I'm saying. I'm reading an article. So I'm like, wow. Legal Defense Fund. And Judge Georgie Woods will begin hearing the testimony on Thursday. Opponents call the schools a discriminatory throwback. Race is not the issue because 90% of Detroit's public school students are Black. But opponents say that in denying girls access, the academies are ignoring the problems of inner city girls, like teenage pregnancy and dependence on welfare. And so, my issue with this approach right now, so it's ACLU and the National Organization of Women that put a halt to this. And let me just put this out here, man. It's my strong opinion. These women do not give a single solitary F about young Black boys. They don't care. Okay? And in all likelihood, these weren't even Black men who started these initiatives. So the audio is a little like it's borging out, but I'm saying it's not even Black women who started these initiatives. You hear that, right?
I heard it.
Me knowing what I said, and then you coming on a drive-by and saying that I said something the exact opposite of what I said, I'm like, come on, man, come on now. But you admitted it. You admit that you did take my words out of context. So we ain't gonna go back and forth over that. But
I did take it out of context. But in my defense, in that video, the original video, I mean, it evolved into a panel of men talking about their mothers and how they had the same experience. Their Black mothers didn't put much into them. And I mean, I'm just kind of like, we came up in the same system, went to the same schools, lived in the same neighborhoods, basically got the same outcomes. I mean, what
that's
do
what you believe, Felicia? You really believe that?
For the most part, yeah.
So I've heard this kind of language before. You're not the only person. I've heard another individual. What's his name? Themis
I mean,
I've heard him say that.
Black women.
I've heard him say that. I've heard a lot of different people say this. Like, right? Because you went to the same school, you lived in the same houses, you lived in the same neighborhoods. So everything is the same for you. Like, you have the same experiences. The experiences are shared. There's nothing dissimilar because the environment is exactly the same. Right?
No,
that's the argument, correct?
I'm not saying, I mean, it's different based on the lines of, I mean, I'm a woman and you're a man, but as far as the same as we going to the same schools, same neighborhoods, I mean, I get there are some differences there along gender lines, but we all being washed through the same mechanism.
Okay, so But you understand that there's gender differences, though, right? So,
Yes.
so let me explain it to you this way before I even move further. Huh? But let me do this though. Nichita, I think that's how you pronounce that, if I'm not mistaken. It's a Russian word, but I think that's how you pronounce it, Nichita. Off topic, but could you someday review the mud seal theory and/or speech by James H. Hammond? The illustrious Dr. David Carroll covered it some years ago. I don't know if he took it down or that it was flagged down. I don't know anything about it, so I'll take a look into that at some point. Salty Balls, Weights and Measures. 2-3 says the following conventions are hereby set forth in this realm, whereas one may equivalates to a half a Lizzo, 1/3 of Abraham, and 1/4 of an Oprah. Dying weight as associated with. Hey man, this dude's something else, man. Shout out to Dr. D. I see you out there, Doc. I see you, Ian, man. I see you holding me down. But yeah, so this is what we have to acknowledge, right? And this is what's going to be my next point. Like, it's not the same. Even though we're in the same spaces, we're not treated the same. Okay, and the only way I can really honestly explain this to you is by means of the following. You heard of the fairy tale Cinderella, right? Mm-hmm. Cinderella lived in the same house with her stepsisters, right?
Right.
She lived in the same town as her stepmother and her stepsisters, right?
She did.
Did she have the same experiences with life as the stepchild living in that situation? Did she have the same exact experiences, even though she lived in the same house, in the same township or whatever, the province or kingdom or whatever the case may be? She had different experiences, correct?
No, she didn't.
She did not have different
Oh,
experiences.
I'm sorry. She did have different experiences. She got treated. They dogged her out.
She got treated like a stepchild.
Right.
So when I hear people use the argument, well, we came through the same system, everything was the same for us. Well, not necessarily. You can live in the same household, be born to the same parents, and like your parents treat you differently than they treat your other siblings. Maybe because you're the child that's favored. Or maybe it's because you're the child that's not favored. Maybe you're perceived as the fuck up. The kid that, can't get right or something like that. There are many tales and stories about how, different siblings get treated differently. Okay? Predicated upon how they look, predicated upon like the texture of their hair or whatever the case may be when it comes to women. Whether or not they're a boy or a girl and their mom or dad wanted a boy or a girl. So we can agree, though, that even if you're in the same place, you can get treated differently, correct?
Yes.
So what we're saying is that boys, even though we go to the same schools, white women, predominantly, they're the educators in these public school systems, okay? Mm-hmm. And they don't treat us the same as they treat black girls. They just don't do it. They don't fear black girls like they fear black boys. Not to say that they don't mistreat black girls. I think that they do, but not to the same degree that they treat black boys. I just don't. I don't see that happening. And we know that we get suspended more. We get expelled more. We get the police called on us more by the teachers, right? In the school system. So the idea is that, we might go to the same institutions, we might be funneled through the same system, but we're treated absolutely differently as it pertains to these systems. They give us different outcomes. And so there's a need to change it then, right? But the problem is, you got a lot of people who say, well, it's unfair to girls. See, this is why I don't like the Civil Rights Act of '64 and how it was hijacked by white women. That's why I don't like it. Because now they make everything about them. They make everything about their issues and their values and what's prioritized as a value system for them. They don't want sexual discrimination to take place, as if separating boys from girls in the school system is going to be like separating whites from blacks. It's totally fucking different. It's absolutely different. So I don't understand it, but you know, go ahead though. I mean, I'm not going. You got to be able to speak your mind and get your opinions out. Go ahead.
So, like when I say we had the same outcomes, what I mean is just in knowing how we come from. A lot of us come from broken families. I mean, the effects that brings on, like, I mean, I grew up with in a single parent family, and that's not to say my mom was a bad mom, but I grew up in a single parent family, and that led to me having kids really young, which that happens to people who grow up in fatherless homes. And on the other side, with boys, they typically get into like, I guess I'll just say, for lack of a better term, criminal activity and just shit that they shouldn't do, coming up in a single parent, specifically single mother home. But I feel like y'all put more weight on the single mom, and y'all give no consideration to the fact that there was no father present for whatever reasons.
Well, I
But
think one of the
y'all give
reasons.
no weight to the fact that the dads don't stick around.
Okay, so I guess the argument that you're making is we dump all the shit on black moms who are single, but we don't give any responsibility or put any culpability on the men who are just impregnating these women, and then they don't stick around and take care of their kids.
I do feel like that, yes.
But then I would ask the question, like, is it the case that these black men like just don't want to have shit to do with their kids? Or is it that these women are like, I don't really, think that like being with a man is necessary to have a kid?
I mean, how can we know that?
Because a lot of women come right out and fucking tell you. Like, I mean, like, think
I don't
about
know
it.
I don't know no woman. I don't know no woman that that wanted to have a baby and didn't want nothing to do with the child's dad.
Okay, so
Personally.
okay. Well, let me just show you. I show this clip all the time. Got to show it to you again. Now, here's a group of fucking women, or girls, or whatever you want to call it. Just look at it.
Raise your hand if you're married. None of you are married. Raise your hand if you would like to be married to your baby's father. One. The rest of you.
How old are
plan
they?
to get married. Why don't you plan to get married?
They old enough to fuck.
You already have your child to think
But
about.
what that mean?
Of a whole family to care for. It's a lot of responsibility. And then you don't want the commitments.
I wouldn't want no man holding me down because I think I can make it as a single parent.
But don't you think you might need help in raising that baby from a man?
Not really. I didn't have a father. My father wasn't in the home, so it really, male figures not substantially important in the family.
She don't see the correlation of her father being there and why that damn baby sitting in her lap, and she probably 17.
But hey, look, all I can say is, look, there's some things I agree with you about, and there's some things that I don't agree with you about. Okay, like, let me make myself equal to you here. So look, I showed the video because that's a demonstration of a large amount of women in relation to one. Like, I think there's at least 10 to 12 girls there, and the reporter's asking them, "Do you?" And they're all got babies.
What's old enough to fuck?
Put it this way: old enough to have babies. They're old enough to have babies.
That's like 10.
Come on, man. Like, you get what I'm saying. They're of childbearing age. They out here screwing. Okay? Now, we already know that if you can screw, right, you can have babies, right? That's just a fact, is it not? It's been the case since time immemorial. Like if you have a period, you can have a baby, right? Every girl knows this, correct? Or maybe like this is some new shit like that only was determined or distinguished in the 20th or the 19th century. Come on, man, let's keep it a buck, man.
I mean,
if you having a period, you can have a baby. Every high school girl knows this.
They might not know. How you get your period before high school?
But I mean, these girls are high school girls, okay? That's what they look like to me, okay? So these high school, these 16, 17, 18-year-old girls got babies, okay? And one of the things that they're saying is, I don't need no man. I don't need a man. A man is not an integral or a necessary or, like an intrinsically valuable part of family life.
I don't believe that they would say that if any of their dads were around, and I doubt any of their dads were. I just really doubt it.
And I'm just saying, look, there's another video I just recently saw today. It was so a comment was left to me on YouTube. I'm gonna show you this shit, right? And I'm gonna have to dig into this. I can't dig into it today. Okay, I'm gonna show it to you though. A comment was left to me today by Sergeant Willie Pete. Okay, let me show you this. Present, share the screen. Sergeant Willie Pete. He didn't leave it specifically to me, but it was left to me in conjunction with Six the Goddess and Dr. Tia Son Johnson. And the comment is, can you do a breakdown of this mentality? Specifically, what patriarchy are these women afraid of when these women haven't seen a patriarchy in their own families for at least 3 generations? What is actually being feared when it comes to being dependent on men? So a lot of these women, they prioritize having children or being mothers more so than they do on being wives. And this woman is like, I guess I can't remember her name. I have to. I don't know why the video all of a sudden won't show. But put it this way. Yeah, so it's Catherine Eden and Maria Kefala. So they did some sort of study, right? Why poor woman put motherhood before marriage, okay? And the entire presentation is the articulation of a value system by women who feel like having children before marriage is not problematic at all. In fact, to them, marriage is like the icing on the cake. It's not the cake itself. It's the icing on a cake that they've already built and developed prior to getting married. Like marriage is some sort of magical, cherry that you put on top of a pie of some sort. It's not the structure itself for success. It's, the finishing, the capstone of success. And these are women who are getting pregnant by multiple men who think that like in their 40s, they're going to become married and then magically everything is going to just be, peachy and their lives is going to just somehow be that much better for it. So it's like putting the cart before the horse. It's like having babies, engaging in motherhood, and then deciding after having done all that, then we're going to get married. It's a backwards look. It's a backwards approach to what the institution of marriage actually has been designed for millennia. But look, at the end of the day, all I'm trying to articulate is that there are a cadre of women in this culture who, like for instance, Keke Palmer, fucking well-off lady who had a baby, never married the motherfucking nigga that she with. Okay? Rihanna got a baby with A$AP Rocky, is not married to this nigga. Okay? God knows how many other women out there got babies with motherfuckers that they're not married to. And to them, there's nothing problematic at all with this situation. even if the relationship dissolves, a lot of women will dissolve the relationship because they feel like the man isn't living up to his part, or that it's making her less, independent, that he's got too much say or control over what the trajectory her life is taking. And so you got to ask the question, like, what do a vast amount of women value? Do they value marriage? Do they value men being part of their lives? Or do they value being in control and being independent and being able to do what they want to do?
Where are they supposed to learn the values from if they coming up? Where learn the value from?
I get it. I understand. So you're like, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. I mean, women born into single parents, families tend to reinforce and to kind of, reaffirm that kind of, family life because that's what they know. And so it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. I guess that's what you're saying. Okay. But let me do this. I just want to shout out some people, man, who've recently hit me up. Let me see here. I just want to make sure I get everybody. So Salty Balls left a Yale study. He talks about study finds preschool teachers watch black boys closer for bad behavior. So click that link. Salty Balls just provided it. Okay. Thank you for the Salty Balls for that. Gregory Scotland says most ABW should know what's up by now. I guess he's saying American black women should know what's up by now. There's been enough information and reality-based events within the past 40 years for them to be versed well. Mike Johnston says, why does our community refer to educated black men as educated lames, but educated black women are given more respect? So that's a concern of his. Nichita says, my mom is a PhD, and while growing up, she focused more on my sisters than she did myself. And I was more like her than my sisters. There is a difference in how many single mothers treat their male and female children. Okay? Wrench Turner.
Where his daddy?
Said,
I said, where his daddy was at? Shoot.
Hey, I don't know where his daddy was. The Wrench Turner. This is the danger of having women in these spaces. Too many still by nature refuse to accept that they sold out the black family even in the face of empirical evidence. Okay? Hurricane Greg says, the black woman is allergic to accountability for her part in the breakdown of the black community. Okay? And then Gregory Scotland says, if Felicia doesn't criticize these women for their choices, then she agrees with them. She accepts the child over the man philosophy. Now, look, all I'm saying is, look, it does take two to tango. This we know for sure. Okay? Can't have a baby without two. It's like it takes two to make the things go right. It takes two to make it out of sight. We get that. All right? But the question becomes, who's primarily responsible for having children? Now, in a day before child, prevention, prophylactics, and, birth control, I would say that, both men and women have a large amount of personal responsibility for bringing children into the world. But now that you have all of these prophylactics and, these birth control devices and shit like this and technology, a woman doesn't have to a girl does not have to get pregnant if she don't want to. Or she doesn't have to carry the pregnancy to term if she does not want to. And she's the final arbiter and determiner of whether or not she gives birth. So in my viewpoint, I've said this before, I'll say this again. The safekeepers of chastity and reproduction are women, not men. Now, I'm not saying men don't have any responsibility whatsoever, but the final buck lies with the woman. Don't you think? I mean, if you're the one who can get pregnant, if you're the one who has to carry this baby to term, you're the one who's primarily responsible on whether or not you get pregnant, right?
You're right.
I mean, I know the man is somewhat responsible because he's having sex with the woman, but I would think that more responsibility should be taken up by the woman to ward off niggas that she knows ain't about shit. Come on. It just makes sense to me that you would be selective and like more discriminating about who you lay down with, especially since reproduction is more costly for a woman than it is for a man, even biologically.
But I mean, as far as selection, like, you just
look, come on. Like, look, my thing is like if I go to the store, right? And the shit that I'm looking for is not in the store, I'm not just going, I'm gonna go to another fucking store until I find what it is that I'm looking for. That's me. Like if I go to the store looking for a specific brand of protein or something like that, I'm not going to say, oh, well, you know what? Especially, it'd be different if it was like, okay, some Band-Aid, I can get some cheap Band-Aids or something. Okay, well, okay, cool. But some things, like, let's use a better analogy. Shoes. I'm not going to Payless motherfucking shoe source looking for no goddamn shoes. If I can't find what I'm looking for, I'm gonna keep going from store to store to store until I actually find what I want. Because I know my investment in a decent pair of shoes is an investment in my feet in actuality, more so than it's an investment in the shoes. So if I can't find the right shit I'm looking for, I'm going to not buy anything at all. I'm just gonna wait until I find what I feel is a good fit for my feet. But you got chicks out here, man, fucking doing any and everything, and they're having baby after baby after baby and shit, and then all of a sudden it's like it's a male problem. And I'm like, hold on, lady, look, you chose to get pregnant. You decided to have this baby. You didn't have to have this fucking baby. You could have been on birth control and a whole bunch of shit. What is happening is women are having sex, they're having fun, and they're prioritizing being mothers prior to being wives. That's just the facts, man. It's just the facts. Now I can understand it, like like habits, enculturation could be the cause of it, but I mean, at this point, still, it's a choice, is it not?
It is a choice.
It's a choice. So you got chicks out here like, hey, fuck it. You got chicks out here right now. I know it like, well, I'm from Kasuf. So I know chicks, man, who's ready to get pregnant so they can get a check and get Section 8.
Oh my God.
You saying you don't know no chicks like that?
You don't gotta get pregnant and have no kids to get Section 8. You gotta be low income. And lucky that they pull your damn number on the damn list. But do you really have a choice if you don't have the means to do something about it? If you don't have the means to get birth control or to go have it.
Birth control free, man, at the clinic. They'll slam an IUD in your arm real quickety in the loo. I done seen it. All you gotta do is go to the, like, you know where Lee Street is, right? And then you can turn right on Shreve and keep going down. Not Shreve, but it's Taylor or Newstead. Is it Newstead or Taylor? I can't. Whatever it is, you go down Newstead. You keep going to the point where you're about to get to O'Fallon Park, and it's a big ass clinic down there. Right when you go to the left. If you coming from the south going north, going towards O'Fallon Park from Newstead. You know what I'm talking about?
I know the area. I can't picture the clinic. I mean, but it's right there. It's clinics. It's clinics.
It's hella clinics, man, for women to get birth control. That shit is free. They giving away condoms. At least a woman can say, hey, look, I'm not going to look. If you don't wear this motherfucking condom, you ain't wrapping it up, strapping it up. You ain't getting none of this ass.
I mean,
I'm
you right.
just saying. I'm just saying. Like it's. I done used condoms on several occasions, and when I did, never got one pregnant. I was just saying, hey,
You right.
some condoms and what they call that shit, the
Why?
lubrication, it's called Silky or some shit like that. Get you some condoms, some Silky with the spermicide inside of it. Boys, it's a good night.
It's a lady on the panel, sir. Please.
But
No,
I'm just saying.
I'm just trying to wrap my mind around why. I mean, why that connection isn't being made? Like women being on birth control and like the young men using condoms. Why aren't people practicing safe sex on both sides?
I think that they should.
They
I think it's irresponsible to not do so. I
should.
think that, look, I know you can't stop people from having sex. It's not going to happen, okay? Especially in today's age. You're not going to get people to stop having sex. It's just not going to happen, okay? We know that that's not going to happen. I would tell young men, wrap that shit up, bro. Don't become a daddy, man. Not like, just don't become a baby daddy, nigga. Don't do it. It ain't what you're looking for. Trust and believe. So I would tell that to young men. I tell the same shit for young ladies. Look, don't let niggas smash you. Miscellaneous dudes just smash you. And then doing so raw dogging.
Agreed. I would tell them both.
So at the end of the day, though, but my viewpoint on it is because the buck stops with the woman, she should be the one primarily responsible for determining whether or not she gets pregnant, not a man. A woman is supposed to be selective. Men are damn near fuck anything. Women are supposed to be selective and determine whether or not a lot of these women out here, a lot of these girls, man, they want to get pregnant. Keep it, let's just keep it real. Let's keep it a buck out here, man.
Why you think that?
Because they value being moms. Motherhood is their identity is connected to motherhood as opposed to being a family member in like a situation with a man. It is what it is. I mean,
I don't think that.
Hey, look, all I can do is just look at the outcomes and look at what's actually occurring. I mean, if women are having sex and babies and then thinking about marriage as if it's like something that comes after being pregnant. They're not saying, how many women say, how many women have you heard in America recently say, it's an absolute no-no for me getting pregnant before I'm married?
I mean, but that ain't a lot of the families that we coming from. So how are we supposed to get that message? How are we supposed to get that programming?
I mean, think about it, though. Think about it, Felicia. Black men are saying these women are out here having babies and then deciding to get married when they 35 and in their 40s. And niggas
are really young. I had kids really young, and it was not because I wanted to be a mother at 15. That was not my identity. Now, I will say my father who abandoned us, that probably now in hindsight had a whole lot to do with that outcome, but no. We don't.
But so here's the question though. All right, so look. Why did you allow yourself to get pregnant at such a young age?
Who allowed that?
You did.
Why you figure that?
Did you not know what sex led to? Were you did you not know? Did you think that at the time? No disrespect. Like, I'm asking you some serious questions here, okay? No disrespect, okay? I'm just asking some serious questions. Now, you don't have to answer, like at this point, if you feel too uncomfortable, you don't have to go any further, okay? I'm just letting you know. Because I don't want you to feel like I'm attacking you or browbeating you or trying to shame you or humiliate you. Do you understand that, right? Can you hear me? Felicia, are you there?
Yes.
Okay.
You hear
Did
me?
you or did you not know at a young age when you had your children, did you not know that sex could potentially lead to impregnation? Did you know that?
I did not.
You had no idea that like having sex could get you pregnant.
No, I did not.
Okay. So
I mean, my mother, we just ain't had it. We just didn't have that talk yet. But I mean, when you in an unstable family, like the instability gets in the way of doing that shit, of having those talks, having those moments with your kids. The instability gets in the way. It fucks up the timing. Like you hope you have time to talk to your kids about that shit.
well put it this. Okay, so look. This is what I was taught when I was a kid. By the school system. We were taught like in the 5th grade. You have sex, you can get pregnant. 5th grade, that's what I was taught. Okay, maybe I went to a different school, better school, whatever the case may be. But I was taught that also you can get sexually transmitted diseases. And then they showed us the diseases. Syphilis, herpes, gonorrhea, all kind of shit. They showed it to us. And they said, if you have sex, this is what can happen. And they told us, but I went to a Catholic school as well, though. Okay, so they also told us, like, look, you're supposed to get married before you start having kids. Like, and they unequivocally, unabashedly, unapologetically taught us that.
And see, like 5th grade, I feel like that's I want to early.
You said what now? You think that's too early?
I want to feel like that's too early to have that conversation, like with a child, right?
I mean, I'm just saying, like, when is a good time? Because I mean, like, let's be frank about this. I know it sounds fucked up to say this, but like, 5th graders are having sex.
Yeah.
I mean, these are the facts. 5th graders are having sex. I'm just saying. I know it is happening.
I've heard, and it's a have to engage in that, meaning like no supervision by their parents, or if they supposed to be at school, if it's happening at school, because I heard the shit happens in schools too, like that's insane.
So the only thing I'm saying, look, I'm not trying to shame you. I'm not trying to, like, to humiliate you or to make light of your situation, or your youth or anything of this nature. The only thing I'm saying is, I can't speak to your personal situation, but I can say this. There are a lot of girls out here who know that having sex leads to having babies, and they just shirk the responsibility. It's almost as if they think it's a game of some kind. Or they're like, even if they get pregnant, it's almost as if it's encouraged to some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So look at this. Okay, so I'm gonna show you something. And you tell me what you think about it after having seen it. Now, I'm not saying that this guy is right, but I'm just saying, take into consideration what he's saying, and what's your reaction to it?
For those of you who are not aware, the illegitimacy rate in the United States among blacks is roughly around 55%. That is, nationally, 55% of all black babies are born out of wedlock. And in some cities like New York and Chicago, you might find 80 or 90%, New York and Washington, D.C., rather. Now, the illegitimacy rate among blacks is a new phenomenon in black history in the United States. That is, in 1940, the illegitimacy rate among blacks was about 12%. In 1918, the illegitimacy rate among black teenagers was less than that among white teenagers. So how do you explain the increase in illegitimacy or out-of-wedlock marriages or slovenliness in general? Well, I mean, I think any economist would tell you that if you tax something, you're going to get less of it. And if you subsidize something, you're going to get more of it, whether it's wheat, cheese, or slovenly behavior. And indeed, in the United States, we have been subsidizing slovenly behavior. That is, we have been making the cost of illegitimacy or having kids out of wedlock relatively cheap. That is, through welfare payments, through other kinds of in-kind payments, and then the fact that the modern times of the 60s and the 70s, there was a loss of the ostracism associated with illegitimacy. When I was a young kid, and keep in mind for all of you, I just look very young, but I'm much older than that. But when a black girl would get pregnant, she was a disgrace to her family, and she was sent down south to live with a relative, and because it was just a disgrace. Nowadays, I mean, girls get pregnant and their stomachs, and they're just kind of dancing in the streets, going to school, and all the social penalties have been withdrawn from it. And so, what?
To whites also.
That's right, and the illegitimacy rate among whites is higher than what it was. So I think that I think one author put it that the welfare state in the United States did more to destroy the black family than slavery could have ever done. That is, slavery and Reconstruction could ever done. That is, black families were far more stable during the Reconstruction period. In New York, in 1920, in New York, 80% of all black children lived in two-parent families. And nationally, up until 1960, it was 75% of blacks lived in two-parent families. And it was roughly equal, a little bit less than that of whites. Today, the number of blacks living in two-parent families is around 42%. And it's declining. And it's Reagan didn't do that. I mean, and it's no evil spirits that explain it. I believe that the welfare state explains it.
But I'll say this. I don't think it was the welfare state by itself that did it. That's just my opinion. I think it was a constellation of factors, one of them being the sexual revolution, another of them being birth control. I mean, you would think that birth control would be the thing that prevented the explosion of unwanted pregnancies, but in actuality, what it does is it increases people having unwanted pregnancies, which is counterintuitive. But so in conjunction with that, second wave feminism, and it's demonizing the nuclear family. That's another influence. So I mean, it's a constellation of factors, and black people were hit by this harder than any other demographic. And this is why like a lot of guys in this space make reference to the Moynihan report, because it's mystifying to a lot of people. Like, it seems like when men would get an increase in pay and their wages go up and they get more employed, that more women would be seeking out, like partners would be seeking out black men. But the exact opposite happened, which is like the phenomena that they call Moynihan scissors. Instead of black women, as there is an increase in employment for black men, and wages, instead of turning to black men in order to develop families, they went to the welfare state. They doubled down on separating from men. And so, like, there are many people who have been trying to figure out, like, why is this occurring? Why is this happening? And I think that, again, as I said.
What did the men do when they got better jobs?
Excuse me?
I said, what did the men do when they got better jobs?
Well, I mean, I get the point. It's like, well, did the men start coupling up or linking up with these ladies, or did they just start knocking them down and running? I mean, the question is, which I guess it's a good question, I guess it's a good question. Like, I can't really, I can't say one way or the other. Like, I can't determine, like, what was the motivating factor.
Like I asked earlier, like, do you really have choice if you don't?
Okay, so I'm just gonna keep it a buck. A lot of women like to talk about men abandoning women and like men not being present, men not being there, men not, being dedicated. Like, men are just running away from their fucking families and their children. That's the narrative I'm hearing from black women.
Ain't that what happened in the welfare era? Ain't that what y'all say too? Welfare made y'all just put your little knapsack on the stick, throw it over your shoulder, and hike it. Like, ain't that what y'all say too?
Well, I mean, I think
that is
it's almost as if there's a mischaracterization. Put it this way: there were some men. Like, I got a video on this shit too. I got to go dig it up, but I do have a video on this. It's a video that kind of demonstrated, and it's about St. Louis too. Okay, where women would, and I think I did a video. I got to dig through the archives because I got like over 500 videos. But the point is, some men were like, okay, there's poverty here. I don't have a job right now. I'm going to not be in this house so that the kids can eat and that you can get this welfare. And I'll go back. And they had measures in some instances where the man couldn't even live in the same state. Like, if he lived in the same state, the benefits would be cut off. Okay? So one could argue, okay, this was a sacrificial type of move on the part of the man and the woman, okay? But like, the intention was never to be like, well, I don't need no man. But now it's gotten to the point where, I mean, you can hear the language. Fuck, I don't need no nigga. I can do bad by myself. Fuck you dusty ass niggas. Fuck you crusty motherfuckers. I can handle this baby on my own. I don't need the responsibility. You hear this shit. So, I mean, I want you to think about the kind of language. Like, what is a man going to say to a woman who's like, you got women who are pregnant breaking up with niggas and shit. Like, fuck, I don't need you. I can take care of this baby by myself, sort of shit. Now, I'm not saying that like some men don't have issues with, like being responsible and, like being adults and shit like that. But I mean, for crying out loud, man, it's some women out here, man, that, and I know from personal experience, man, like I've been with women for 4 or 5 years and everything is cool as a motherfucking fan until a baby gets involved. Now everything is changed. Now this motherfucker, this chick got gorilla nuts now. She a boss for real now. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? How did this occur?
I don't think we're honest about how hard that shit is being a parent.
Yeah, it's difficult, but I mean, like, a lot of y'all want to do it by your goddamn self. I'm keeping it a buck, man. A lot of y'all feel like y'all can do every goddamn thing by yourself. And then you sit there and you point out like what the man didn't do. I'm like, hold on, wait a minute. Then you got women out here, man, who really don't want your input and your, your so-called intervention in their family life anyway. Even like women with kids already, if you come in, they're like, I'm the mom. I'm her mother, or I'm his mom. You can't, don't tell my baby what to do and all this kind of bullshit. Like, all right then, bitch, I'm gone. I don't need this shit. Like, your input is some sort of oppression. That's how I like a lot of chicks today. Like, even that video that Sergeant Willie Pete just tagged me in, I'm going to go over that with a fine-tooth comb at some point. But the point is, it's a lot of women out here who are basically saying that being with a man is like being in an oppressive condition because he wants to tell me what to do. Or he's going to keep me, subservient or some shit like that. So I'll be better off doing me. And it's like, wait a minute, man. Come on, man. Like, are you serious?
Y'all don't like being told what to do.
Hey, man, if you look, nobody wants to be told what to fucking do, but like motherfuckers get told what to do all day, every day. So the question is, what is the value here? Is cooperation the value? Family life a value? Like, what's the paramount value here that we operating under and that we moving with? Like, what's the paramount value system that we have? Developing and building families and working in like cooperative units, or is it like everybody for its damn self? Because I know one thing. Look, if a chick got it in her mind that she can do bad all by herself and that she big and bad, then you fighting with the chick all day, every day, any fucking way. That's not working as a team member. Where you got an individual always on guard, always stiff arming you. That's like playing for the opposition. I'm trying to work with a motherfucker, but they stiff arming me. When I go to make a layup, this motherfucker, I was about to say bitch, but she trying to trip me and shit while I'm going motherfucking up to the paint. Why would I want to work with somebody who's constantly thinking about how they can get out or how oppressive I am in her presence?
A lot of us lack conflict resolution capabilities. And
then you got chicks out here acting tough and rough, talking nasty and gritty and shit, acting a straight ass, and then it'll be like, he was abusive. Motherfuckers slapping, punching, cutting, grabbing shit, throwing it at you and shit, but then, like, if you respond to the shit, then you're an oppressor. This is the sort of shit we dealing with. But anyway, look, I gotta thank some people, man. So shout out to Nichita again. He says, my father was a cop and was semi-present during my childhood. He started kicking my mom's ass after catching her kissing another man several years after my birth. They were together for years before my birth, and she soon left him. So that's his answer. He's like, okay, well, yeah, he whipped her ass after he saw her kissing. You know what I'm saying? Kissing another man or whatever. Let me go. Leon says, how is that too early to educate fifth graders on when statistically they are coming to the age of peak reproductive years or between the late teens? So that's, I guess, that's a response to something that was said earlier. Kevin 3905 says, I can't take her serious. How do you not know? If the roles were reversed, she would say a man should have known he would get a woman pregnant. So that's his opinion, okay? Hurricane Garrick, man, shout out to that man for that generous donation. GG, every black woman knows sex is a mystery. Black women don't know what it leads to. Accountability is a dangerous drug. So shout out to him. I got to give him some fanfare for that, though. That's a very generous donation. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. So hold on. Let's see. Got to give him some fanfare for that, man. So, I mean, I think the question of today is about either abandonment or like women wanting to be independent. My viewpoint on it is, from my personal experience, man, you know, I don't think abandonment is as big as women are saying it is. Like, it's just like these women are getting left out here to handle all this shit on their own while they really deeply and like almost desperately are in desiring of a husband. I just don't. I think that's cap, man. I'm just gonna keep it a buck, man. I just think that's cap, Felicia.
I mean, it was an era. Like, didn't Dr. T write about it? Did like a whole blog about it? I forget the title of the blog, but it was an era. My goodness.
You say an era, like you mean like an ERA era, like an era, a time frame?
Yeah, it was an era where that did happen because of quote unquote welfare. I mean, I don't understand. Like, y'all expect us to stick it out through the tough conditions, but y'all fucking don't. I don't get that. That ain't what y'all do. Y'all jump ship quicker than you claim we do. And y'all jump ship, well, the men of that era, a lot of men of that era, jump ship because of welfare.
I don't like. It's one thing to say I'm not going to be involved because you're not going to be able to get the resources, and it's another thing for that to take a life of its own afterwards, and it to be like, well, I don't need a nigga, or a man being like, fuck it, I ain't taking responsibility. Fuck that shit. She got welfare and Section 8. Fuck it, let her do it. It's a difference between, you know, like the inception of a policy. And then, like, you know, people like taking up a life predicated upon like the institution of a policy and then beginning to run with the shit. It's a difference. To me, it's a difference. But look, I'm gonna invite some people up now because we've been into this almost an hour and 30 minutes. So I'm gonna invite some people up and then we can talk, ask questions. Go ahead.
We don't know what's going on as far as the policy shit that they creating. We just getting the trickle down of when they create some shit. So we don't know what's going on as far as when they up in wherever, Washington, creating policies.
Well, I mean, look, this is what I said a long time ago. I wrote a paper called Thugs and Welfare Queens, which some fucking bitch made ass doxer put out there for everyone to see. But the whole point, though, I tried to argue that, like, white folks created a paternalistic state called the welfare state to manage and control black women's lives, and they created the carceral state to control black men's lives. Okay? I think both of them are injurious and deleterious in terms of our being able to function, flourish, and thrive, and I think that they are balkanization techniques or tactics, you know, to keep people divided and conquered or whatever the case may be. That's my opinion, okay? But at the end of the day, are there some men that abandon their families? Yeah, but I mean, like, let's just be frank, man. At the current moment, man, women are not like marry before they carry type of chicks. They like carry and then I get married like when I'm 40 or some shit.
I mean, men not doing the same thing either. Y'all not like out here wifing chicks up either.
But why would I wife a chick up who's independent and on her own and don't need a nigga? And as soon as you try to give your input, this motherfucker talking about you trying to control me.
That's not.
There's a whole bunch of chicks out here on that bullshit. You can't tell me what to do. You can't. Hold on, wait a minute. Slow down.
Earlier, the pool is the pool. Like, it's the options are the options. It ain't a bunch of fucking stores that we can go to get something that we looking for. We got one option. Well, I mean, I guess I can't say that now.
But the fucked up thing about it is you choosing to fuck niggas and have babies, but you ain't choosing to fuck. You ain't choosing it to the same group of niggas that are not worthy of marrying, but they worthy of being your baby daddies. That's the issue. How are they worthy of being your baby daddies, but they ain't worthy of being your fucking husbands? They cool to fuck, but they ain't cool to link up with and partner up with. And then we're seeing women say shit like, I want a nigga with $100,000 salary or some shit. I want a nigga with, I just recently played a video where the chick was like, I want a nigga making $100,000 every 3 months. Like, man, you gotta be out of your cotton picking mind, man. You ain't finding no shit like that. It's absolutely ridiculous, man. The expectation that you're gonna find a nigga making that much bread. And let's be frank about this shit, man. Let's just be honest about this shit out here, man. Look, a lot of these ladies aren't looking for men who got stable living conditions or like stable income and provisions and shit. They are looking for men who are able to subsidize a fucking lifestyle of luxury and shit.
That's them bitches. That's them bitches. That's a bitches. Everybody else that's regular, we just trying to get us a man and put our resources together and create a better fucking life. Them bitches, them BBL bitches, weed up bitches, that's them hoes that y'all often like to fall for. That y'all need
Not me. Shit. Who'd you say y'all? Not me.
I need to leave them bitches where they at. Everybody else, we making do with what the fuck we got, which is what y'all say we supposed to do. I mean, that's the underlying message. Make do with what the fuck we got. That's what we doing.
Well, you know, the only thing I can say is, man, look, I know chicks, man, like, I done been with many chicks in my lifetime, man, and some of them have been, like, I thought might have been, like, wifey material, but, like, they show and prove that they're not really orientated towards being wise, man. I'm just keeping it a buck, man. And it don't matter how much money you got. It doesn't matter how much income you're making. It doesn't matter what your title is. None of that shit. I've seen it with my own eyes, but Toya, go ahead, man. Like I've opened up the stream so other people can participate if they want to. But Toya, what's cracking with you? How you doing this morning?
I'm good. How are you, Gigi?
I'm chilling, man. Chilling like a villain.
I like that. Hey, Felicia, that was funny. BBL bitches, that was funny.
I'm sorry. I'm talking kind of free. I'm in the park chilling in my car.
I love it.
Set up like that, but it's out. That's me.
No, we on the same page as far as that goes. I came up here to pose a question to any of the women listening that are having trouble drawing a parallel or a correlation between what Gigi and Felicia are talking about and why you might be single. How do you want companionship if you're unwilling to listen?
Hey, look, let me just say this shit. I'm going to keep it a buck, right? Any woman dealing with a nigga is going to have to listen to that nigga and at some point take some kind of direction from this nigga. Otherwise, like, I mean, just be honest about this shit, right? How many women are going to respect a nigga as a fucking husband that they could just run around and drag around and tell this nigga what to do at any fucking given moment? I'm keeping it a buck. How many women are going to respect a nigga that they can check and got this nigga running all over the place doing this and that? How many? And then how long are you actually going to respect this motherfucker and be married to him? Well, you hen pecking this nigga and got him all up and down like a motherfucking roller coaster and got him going up and down like a seesaw and going back and forth like the song Cameo or some shit. Our love goes back and forth. I'm just saying, who wants to deal with some shit like that? And then all I'm saying is it's a situation in which right now a lot of women use the state and they triangulate power with their husbands, their baby daddies, or whatever the case may be. They triangulate the power of the state and use it against the men that they should be partnering up with in order to extract resources from this motherfucker, and then they continue to do what they doing. That way they get the benefit of having a husband, so to speak, provisions and all this shit, but they ain't even really actually got to fucking deal with a nigga. I can get this nigga money anyway. All I gotta do is, and then I can be back on the dick carousel, the cock carousel. I'm out here dating. I'm out here got my freakum dress on, Keke Palmer, kissing in front of niggas and dancing in front of them with my ass out. After I just had a baby. But I want this nigga to respect me though. I'm just saying, like, I mean, some of the shit that like women out here asking for and demanding is absurd. Like, how could you expect for me to respect you if you got your ass out grinding on a nigga and I'm at the crib with the baby? How the fuck can you expect for me to respect that? I don't understand it. But then if a nigga say something, oh, it's oppression. Oh, this nigga out of line. Oh, this nigga did X, Y, and Z. Hold on, wait a minute. You're not even respecting me as a fucking man. But as soon as I say something, now the whole goddamn country got a problem with me standing up for myself and saying what the fuck I feel is a sign of disrespect towards me. Then if you're really serious about being in this relationship with me, why the fuck you got your ass off with a sheer dress dancing on, grinding on another man's dick for anyway? Entertainer or not? Well, it's my right. I'm free. Well, this is the problem. Freedom is not necessarily just being able to do whatever the fuck it is you want to do. That's not freedom. That's not the source of freedom. It's not the parameters of freedom, in my viewpoint. It's like freedom gives you the pretext to make mistakes or to make successful attempts at improving yourself or building something better than just doing whatever it is you want. If you're doing whatever it is you want, why are you in a relationship to begin with? Because you can't do whatever it is you want in the context of a relationship. It's supposed to be, if you start talking about it esoterically, the two are supposed to become one. But most women in this country, man, already got backdoor policies already ready before they even get into the fucking relationship. They looking for a way to keep their foot out the door from the beginning. Then you got a whole cadre of women that divorcing their husbands and shit, separating. Like, it's easy to say that these men are abandoning women, but women are the ones that are initiating the separation of their relationships. The vast majority. They're the ones bailing out. They're the ones getting ghosted. They're the ones like, hey, I done had enough of this shit. I can do bad by myself. But the thing is, and here's the thing, right? After you done had 1, 2, 3 babies and shit with 1, 2, 3 different niggas, who the fuck gonna want, like, marriage? Who wants to, the most successful men, who wants to come along and fucking carry all that baggage? Real talk. I'm being honest about this shit. Who is gonna be making $100K plus coming into a situation with a woman who's already had her children and now it's instant daddy? You put in like a mix, like a fucking instant mix. Insta daddy. Now I ain't saying it don't work for some people. It can. But I'm just saying, like, why would you think a man, like, why do you think that would be his first preference?
Because we're delusional enough to believe that that's what our worth is built upon.
I ain't never thought.
So why can't y'all be just as delusional as we are?
Hey, look. Look, I didn't even try fucking with women with children because I've had children. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I'm like, who am I to hold it against her that she got some kids or some shit like this? But you know what ends up happening in them type of relationships? She end up pulling rank. That's her kid. You can't tell her kid what to do. So the kid can triangulate you and her. And then this motherfucker coming down on you because you disciplining her kid. Like, if I ain't even give a fuck up, like, these women out here are actually of the mindset that you disciplining their children means you're attacking them instead of trying to improve the character of their fucking children, which is absurd to me.
Well, nobody spent the time to improve my character, so how dare you jump over me and go to my kid?
Hey, but you know the odd thing is, these women will be out here telling everybody else kid what the fuck they need to be doing and what they don't need to be doing on their jobs, if they teaching, or if they working in, around children. They'll be the first motherfucker mommy and every other kid out here. But they don't want nobody daddy and they children. And that's the issue to me, man. Okay, well, let the little motherfuckers do whatever they want to. I'll be goddamn if I tell these little motherfuckers another thing.
Them women lack self-awareness. Because if you got kids and you get in a relationship with a man, I mean, that should be one of the roles that he takes on if he decides to be with you, which is to be a father figure to the kids too. So,
but a lot of chicks out here don't want you to be a father figure to their own fucking kids.
I mean,
between you and them, a lot of chicks out here don't want you to father your own fucking kids. Real talk.
Take the kids. Take your fucking kids. Take your kids. Period. Point blank.
Now, look, I got 2 baby mamas. One gave me issues and problems and shit. The other one did not.
Why you ain't married the one that didn't?
What you mean? I did marry her. We got divorced.
Why?
Look, it's a long story. It's a long story.
What happened?
I went to prison. I went to jail.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, it is what it is. I knew what I was doing. She knew what I was doing too, but it is what it is. I went to prison. That's the only thing, the only felony I got convicted of, although it's a bunch of narratives out here. I got convicted of selling dope. Probably shouldn't have been. I didn't have to do it. I was doing it, because I ain't want to have those student loans at all. So I was like, fuck it. I'm about to hustle my way out this shit.
Ooh, the student loans. Oh my God.
It was stupid for me to do, I admit. But it was something I did. So it's done. It's over with. Divorce. If she would have basically, what they call a ride or die, she would have been a ride or die that would have came out riding and dying for her ass. But she didn't. So, like, if it's fuck me, it's fuck you. I'm going to still take care of my shorty. But, like, I have no dedication to you if you have none to me. It is what it is.
How long was you gone for?
Shit, not even that long, man. About 2 or 3 years. For real. That ain't no time.
Nah, that ain't.
What's up, man, Professor? What's cracking with you? And yeah, I'm a pookie. Yeah. Shit, you know what I'm saying? That's why I call myself the G with a PhD. Yeah, I'll crack a nigga upside his fucking head if he asks for it. I don't really like to. I don't want to. But if you fuck with me, I'm going to shoot you, nigga. I'm not going to play no games with you. I'm not going to sit there and laugh with you. I'm not going to yell back and forth with you. If you fuck with me, I'm going to shoot you, nigga. That's what St. Louis niggas do. Am I lying? Am I fucking around, Felicia?
Nope.
St. Louis niggas will fuck. Where I'm from Kossuth and Fair, niggas will hurt you, bro. They not gonna sit there and get loud with you. They ain't gonna go back and forth cursing each other out for 30 minutes and shit like that. A nigga would he gonna shoot you and be out. It's just where I'm from. I ain't saying it's a great place. I'm just saying that's what you talk about environment. That's what I know.
It's not a great place.
I don't wish no harm on nobody. I really don't. And everybody that knows me knows I try to resolve conflict, man. I try to have conversations with people. I do my best to resolve conflicts because I know, like, where ignorant shit can go. But, like, at a certain point, I'm like, man, fuck trying to be civil and shit. At a certain point, all that civil shit is over with. But my brother, man, Ronald, man, go holler at us, man. Talk to us, man.
How you doing? Good afternoon, ladies. How are you all doing?
Good. How are you?
Good, 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 good,
Hi.
good. Hey, hey, hey. I just want to say this. I was listening to Felicia, and I think I know this Felicia. I think I do. Um, so there's this issue about, I didn't know, we didn't know, everybody didn't know, no one taught us, and everything like that. I mean, this is 2023, and we're dealing with darn near 5 generations of this now. You know, you can walk into a household, and I've done this on numerous occasions. I'll be honest. I mean, I have not too much these days, but I've dated a lot of single mothers. Okay, and various backgrounds, socioeconomic statuses, so on and so forth. But one thing that I will say, from what I've seen, and it confirms, the scholarship that has been produced, man, over the last decades. You can walk into a household where you see 3 to 4 generations of single mothers. And you have to ask yourself, when you look at the oldest one all the way to the youngest one, you have to ask yourself, what happened? Uh, why is it that you have a 20-year-old or an 18-year-old or a 19-year-old who is pregnant, and she has grown up in a household where she's seen darn near most of the women in the family have the same outcome, all the way to the eldest one who could be in her 70s, And I can only conclude that the women, it's one thing to talk about men. I can only conclude that women have failed women. That at what point does it kick in? Doesn't matter who, you can't blame white people or what have you. At what point does something happen psychologically, instinctively, in terms of survival, where you say, you know what, this has to end. We can't do this anymore. And when you see the same outcome over and over again, it's kind of like the other, example would be, or analogy would be, young black men who grew up around men generationally who were in and out of jail, Okay. I grew up in a single parent household. I grew up in a very fragmented family structure. Okay. I had a moment in my life where I was very vulnerable and susceptible to the streets. Okay. And I saw some of the negative outcomes that happened with my mother's brothers. She had 6 brothers. And I saw them go to jail, go to prison, die, early deaths, that sort of thing. And I said to myself, when I saw myself leaning in the wrong way, I was like, you know what? I don't want this for me. I don't want this for me. And I cannot go down that path. And I'm not the only one. In my lifetime, I have met other black people who have come from similar and even worse circumstances than myself. They made a choice. They did not want to continue this cycle. So I don't think it's enough to say, well, no one taught us and we didn't know, we're just completely ignorant and what have you. These are choices that are being made. Not only that, is we have people who are surrounding us, people within our families who have lived out these negative outcomes, and they have done absolutely nothing to intervene. So when I look at a household where you have 4 generations of single mothers and there are no men in the house, I can only conclude that this is just failure. That these women have failed these young women and they're failing future generations. And this is the thing that black people don't want to address. White people are not going to do this, and we shouldn't even expect white people to do this. We can blame the state, and the state does have a role because the state has rewarded this. There is an entire capitalistic, philanthropic enterprise that rewards this type of behavior. But at some point, when does introspection kick in for us? You don't need a whole bunch of therapy. You don't need a whole bunch of PhDs. Something internally has to happen. So I'm trying to understand, at what point do we be honest about this? That it's not just the men who have failed women, but it has women who have generationally failed women.
let me just say this, man. Like, so my opinion about this is this, man. I think for the past 50 or 60 years, we blame black men, men not being present, men abandoning their families, men not being responsible, men not being present. But damn, a lot of ladies out here don't want men interfering and intervening in their independence, man. This is what it is. And we act like it's not a thing. And like to take on, like to be in a relationship with a man, you can't think independently. You can't just move how you want to move, like on your own terms. But black folks don't know how to cooperate, man. Like, I mean, I've tried to cooperate with black women, man. I've tried that shit. It's a difficult thing to do, man. It's a difficult thing to do when motherfuckers got the police to call. They got like, a whole mechanism behind their back, man. It's like you dealing with a monster, man. Everything is good when it's good, but as soon as the shit gets like troublesome and there's conflict that arise, motherfuckers want to bail out. Or they want to create strife and, all kinds of enmity and keep up a bunch of mischief and shit like that. Who wants to deal with that shit, man? Then you got guys coming in, like even trying to be stepdaddies and shit, unappreciated, treated like pieces of shit. And then it's like, well, the problem is not just a male problem. That's all we trying to say. The problem consistently is characterized as a problem of men not either being good enough or not being willing enough to take on responsibility. And I just can't see that millions and millions and millions of black men, all of them are just unwilling to live in family life. It's all just a male issue. I just don't see it that way. It sounds like some bullshit to me. It's just like, blame this nigga for not being in my life. Well, are you making it easy to be a part of your life? Are you cooperating with a man? Or are you working at cross purposes with the man? Are you trying to be the man in the motherfucking relationship? Being the boss bitch? Or are you like understanding like, don't try to check a nigga? Like I've seen women try to check niggas and shit. Like, wait a minute, man. Where is this going? And motherfucker, I've seen men be henpecked to death because they don't want to lose their family life. But it ain't easy out here, man. First of all, it ain't easy for relationships nowadays to maintain themselves. It's too much shit going on out here, man. Motherfuckers cheating on each other, motherfuckers deceiving each other, spending each other's money, like having like, it's like you're sleeping with the enemy and shit. It ain't easy out here. And then like the way that people dissolve relationships today, it's like, oh, it don't work out, fuck it. Like, it's over with because you mad or something like that. So it's difficult, man, to maintain family life when people have no value and see the value in family life itself. It's just, it is what it is, man. How do we solve this? Hey, I wish I had the answers, but I'm not like the super sleuth supposed to figure this shit out like I'm a detective and I got the piece that's gonna put it all together. Anybody that says they do, they're lying. They're goddamn lie. That's why I don't like niggas in this space acting like they got all the answers and shit. Pisses me the fuck off. You ain't got all the answers, Sway. But the only thing I can say is it a situation right now where I think that like the norm, the standard is such that family life is set up where men don't have to be a part of it? Yes. And do I think that there's a cadre of weird ass white women who set this shit into place? Yes, I do. But I mean, it's one thing for somebody to set some shit into place and to try to trick you and hoodwink you. It's another thing for you to fall hook, line, and sinker into that shit and to make it a self-fulfilling prophecy. That's a whole different matter altogether. But I'm gonna let y'all speak, man, because I've been talking for quite a bit of time.
I mean, I don't know what the solution is either. Like, I don't know if it's realistic to expect for something to just click in some people's minds, like Dr. Neal just said. For me, that did happen. That light bulb did happen. Thank God. But I don't know if that's like a realistic expectation to have of everybody, because shit, I don't know. I know some people whose daughters are like going down the same paths that they did, and I don't understand it. Looking at them, I don't understand.
Because you got to tell the young ladies, don't do this.
You
But
know,
do you tell them? Do you talk to them? Do you mentor them? Do you tell them, hey, look, this is where I fucked up at. You don't want to have to go through this. Or like on your own family members. Because I know you got women, girls in your family. Like, I don't think men
Every
are...
chance I get.
Huh?
Every chance I get.
But that's a
do.
good thing. You know, that's a start.
I mean, I don't have children, and I don't have very many younger ladies in my family, but whenever I get a chance to fellowship with young ladies, whether it's at work or in social settings, I do take that opportunity.
listen, man, I taught for 7 years at an HBCU in South Carolina, Orangeburg, Claflin University. Okay, most of my students, all of my students were low income students. Okay, most of them were female. Okay, most of them, the vast majority of them came from single parent households. And I can tell you firsthand as a professor in that context at that particular time that I met the young women who were the first in their families to go to college, young women who wanted to better their lives. They wanted to do better than their mothers. And the one thing that they had, the deepest fear, the biggest fear that they had was getting pregnant. That's one of the biggest fears. Now, at the same time, I saw young women get pregnant while they were in college. I had, young women, they brought their babies to my classroom, okay? They brought babies to my office. I held the baby in my hand in my office while I'm talking to a young woman about her final grades, okay? Here's the thing. People make choices. We have agency. We are afraid, for some reason or another, we don't want as Black people to admit that I know that we're constrained, and I know that we have, different type of forces arrayed against us, but we do have a margin of freedom. It's like with men, you have a choice. Either wear the condom or you don't wear the condom. Either you pull out or you don't pull out. You got the choice. You got dudes walking around here never wearing condoms, okay? Of course, the outcome is going to be children, okay? Then you got dudes, who wearing condoms consistently, and they're not out here spreading their seed and making babies all over the place. For some reason, we have a hard time talking about Black people in choice. We think this is just some conservative thing. But the other alternative is to say that we're just so victimized and we are so consumed by these overwhelming generational and white supremacist forces that we have absolutely no control over our lives. And I think that's very, very dangerous. The Black middle class, the professional class, the ones who are most vocal, they're the ones who are most fearful. They're the ones you see on TV, MSNBC, CNN, and everything like that. The people in the universities, they're the most fearful of talking about Afro-American agency, that Black people can make, even the poorest Black people. Gigi, you've been to prison. I'm sure you've been to jail. I'm sure you met guys who went to prison or went to jail for the first time, and they had the experience. They said, you know what? When I get up out of here, I ain't never coming back. I ain't never coming back to this place.
Yeah.
And a lot of those guys, when they get out, they do 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. Like, I ain't going back. The last thing I'm doing is going back to prison. I will be homeless. I've met these men, and they don't go back to prison. So this idea that we don't have any agency, it's ludicrous to me.
Yeah, I just think, like right now, I mean, like I said before, man, I think it's just a confluence of factors that have contributed towards a culture in which, like men not being present in family life has become a paramount value. You know, like I said before, the welfare state didn't help. The sexual revolution didn't help. Smashing the patriarchy, which ultimately was supposed to take place by basically making the mononuclear family unpopular. I mean, that's a factor. I'm pretty sure, like I said before, the strained relationship between black men and women, to some degree, it is caused by outside influences. I mean, they're putting pressure on us. But, like, I mean, black people, we have been able to endure with these pressures before. So we could endure with them now if we decided that's what we wanted to do.
And
But,
it could be the case, and it could be the case, Gigi, and this is the hard pill. It could be the case that we have just surrendered. That's what it could be. It could be the case. I'm gonna say something that Jesse Jackson said in defense of Bill Cosby almost 20 years ago when he did that infamous pound cake speech. And everybody was so alarmed by what Bill Cosby said because he sounded like just, the super right-wing individual, and he was just, quote unquote, beating up on the poor. Okay. And I will say this, Bill Cosby, his analysis wasn't totally correct. You understand? There was a lot that was missing, that was wrong about what he said, but his concern and what he was observing was something that was very real. Okay. And at that particular time, Jesse Jackson, had to acknowledge that seemingly, particularly with lower class blacks in particular, that there just seemed to be this type of surrender, that we have reached a place, and this was almost 20 years ago, that we had reached a place where we just totally gave up. We just surrendered to everything around us. And we just allow the chips to fall where they may, that the force of resistance and overcoming had just been sucked out of us. Okay. Now I don't agree with all of it, but that appears to be, even now, after we've gone through this 10-year period of protests, black men, black boys, black women getting killed in the streets, it just seems like we've given over. We've given ourselves over to these forces, and some people call it fatigue. William Smith calls it racial battle fatigue. Okay, it could be some of that, but the other part of it is that it's just like, okay, we think it is what it is. This is reality. This is it. There's nothing that we can do about it. It's just like the story we get coming out of Houston about these STDs and everything, or syphilis or whatever, or HIV coming out of Atlanta, Georgia, and other parts of America. And the numbers of black people who are caught up in HIV. Okay, we know what HIV is. We know about HIV for 30 some odd years. Okay, but we've surrendered to nature. We've surrendered to biology or whatever. Or we've become fatalistic. I'll put it like that. We've become fatalistic, and I think that's the problem philosophically. As you as a philosopher, I think that this is a philosophical problem, an ethical problem, a problem of agency that we have to deal with. That we are fatalistic. And I remember going back to my situation at Claflin when I was teaching in Orangeburg, and I was wrestling with the situation with black men at that time, this is over almost 20 years ago. I was like, that there are young black men who are fatalistic. They are totally fatalistic. And they have given themselves over to all of the forces that surround them. Okay. And I don't want to minimize the forces, but when you become fatalistic, you have totally surrendered your humanity. And I think that we have to acknowledge that is some of the stuff that we are dealing with black men and with black women. And that this baby stuff and all this baby stuff, single momhood and all this kind of stuff, it's like we are like programmed. It's like this is a natural thing for us just to not pair up and to have women raising children by themselves and whatnot. We treat it as though it's ontological. And that's a problem.
Yeah, my view on it is this, man. Somewhere we took a left turn. Like you said a long time ago, like our fates were linked and now it doesn't seem like they're linked anymore. But even though it might not seem like our fates are linked, they still are linked. But It's almost like you said, like we don't give a fuck if they're linked for the better or worse. It's like they're linked for the worse now. Because I mean, at the end of the day, man, most black babies, whether they're male or female, they're gonna be born out of the wombs of black women. That's just a fact. And if the family structures, you know, of black women aren't intact, then that means that the children ultimately are going to be the ones who suffer from deprivation. If you think that deprivation accrues or comes from or is the result or the outcome of not having two parents who love you being an integral part of your life, or extended family, because even in the case where men aren't involved in the lives of their children, that means that in all likelihood, the extended family of that man is not going to be involved in the life of that child. So he's not going to know his paternal grandmother. He ain't gonna. The child is not gonna know their, you know, paternal uncles and aunties and nephews and nieces and cousins and all. They're not gonna know them.
No. And let me ask you this, Gigi. You know, I remember when I first met you years ago in St. Louis. There was a lot of, you know, I know it was a brother. He was one of your classmates, and he did some stuff. He was responding to Cornel West and the nihilistic theory. And you know, Cornel was very, as you know, criticized by a good number of people on the left for his theory because they were saying that it sounded too conservative.
Right.
Anyway, the reason why I point that out is that this has been going on for a long time. It's happened in our generation. We were young men. We were in our 20s when Race Matters came out. Okay, and here we are decades later, you know, grappling with the same type of thing. And it seems to me it's only gotten worse, you know. And it seems to me that now we have all sorts of justifications for this type of decimation, you know, that we're living through, you know. And I don't know. And I just finished my book. I just received my reader reviews from the book that I have coming out and what have you. And it's going to be published real soon.
Congratulations, man. Congratulations.
Thank you, man. This is something that I've wrestled with. I wrestled with in this book. Because here's the thing, and I'll just say this to with y'all, that the government's approach right now to black people, particularly poor black people, is the same that it has been for the last 60 years. Prisons and welfare. Prisons and welfare. That's it. And it seems to me that as we go further, you know, forward, and we're going into a new election system and what have you, that there are going to be more calls, you know, and it's not going to just be from the white conservatives or whatever. There's going to be more calls for law and order and everything. And how do we manage this population? Because that's what it comes down to. It comes down to population management. And we've managed black, particularly the black poor people, through the prisons, through the welfare system. Okay. Now there are going to be attacks on the welfare system as we go. They're going to be modifying it, amending it, which means that prisons, what is known as cruel and unusual punishment. This is going to be a way of managing not only black men, but black women too.
Yeah, see, here's the thing. I wrote a paper about that shit, man. I called it Thugs and Welfare Queens, you know, black derision and death. And, you know, how black men have been managed by the carceral state, whereas black women have pretty much been managed by the paternalistic bureaucracy of the welfare state. And at one point in time, black people, you know, we were managing our own affairs with little next to nothing. You know, being dishonored and disrespected and misrecognized, and we still were able to, you know, hold our culture intact. And now it's turned into a bloody cesspool of fuckery. And then if anybody says anything about it, then it becomes it just becomes mudslinging at this point. Like right now, we're involved deeply. I think that like the gender war between black men and women is real, precisely because we're trying to figure out, like, I think black men are trying to fight against the welfare state, which basically tries to exclude and include them. And it ain't no strange secret. I know you've heard of the term the feminization of property. I'm talking to Dr. Neal specifically when I say this, right? the feminization of poverty. In other words, the management of poverty has been, basically organized and galvanized along the lines of the welfare state and managing it, related to allocating resources to women. That they haven't even, to me, that's grossly unjust to begin with. Like, what do you mean? Like, men don't suffer from the rigors of the market in the same way that women do, so they don't need help and support? I mean, like, the way that, like, the poverty or the treatment of poverty in the country is handled is dismal. Now, when white men had a poverty issue during the Great Depression, what did they do? They created the New Deal for them motherfuckers. But what did they do for us? They created more and more prisons and shit like this. But you better be getting, black people, they better brace themselves, because this shit is about to blow up, like you said.
Yeah.
Because they've already gotten rid of all of the so-called gains that were supposed to. White women hijacked the civil rights movement and didn't leave black people with shit, really. I mean, and now they're attacking the very thing that's supposed to have helped us, and it's helped them thus far. They're about to cut the legs off that shit.
Yeah. And there is another thing. I mean, and there is growing, and we're seeing it now with the more recent attack on black women who were in business and what have you, in this lawsuit against the Fearless Fund and everything. The guy who led the crusade against
Edward Bloom.
Yeah. So there is, and I said this in your last, and we had this when you did your stream on Affirmative Action. And black women, I don't know if they understand this, but there isn't a consensus among white people about black women anymore, or at least not a public consensus. And what I mean by that is that black women have had the benefit of the white liberal and the white feminist in terms of being someone to lean on for protection, provision, resource, patriarchy, okay? And they have had that for decades. But you have growing resentment from the conservatives, white conservatives. They see what black women do. You see what's happening. Okay, you see the women who are prosecuting Donald Trump right now? Yeah, the white people see that. They see that. They see these women, these black women in high levels of power in the government and other places like that. You think that there is no resentment towards that? Do you think that people are just happy to see that these black women are in different parts of the country as mayors, as judges, so on and so forth? Okay, particularly as we're going into another economic decline. Okay, so the thing is that. And this is why the Democrats are so concerned about Joe Biden, being a front runner and all that kind of stuff, and him not having any competition in 2024. Okay, because if he's not in the White House, if you don't have a Democrat in the White House, if you don't have someone like Cornel West in the White House, okay, it's going to be pandemonium. Okay,
you can be ready. I'm gonna tell you right now, we better be getting ready for pandemonium. The Democrats. I'm gonna tell you what the Democrats did. This is my opinion, and. The Democrats, they had an opportunity to basically, even though Bernie Sanders might have been too much of a populist, they probably should have went with Bernie Sanders, okay? They had an opportunity to work along the lines of redistributive justice. But the left has been dealing with, ever since women hijacked the civil rights movement, it's been about recognition. Politics of recognition. See me. I don't want to be invisible. Gay people rode the train. Women rode the train. Intersectional women rode the train. Lesbian black women. Lesbian handicapped black women. Intersectional. It's all about recognition. See me. Okay. It wasn't about what the left was traditionally about, which is about distributive justice. It wasn't carrying the torch from the New Deal and expanding it. It was see me. And basically all it did was it elided into token nigger politics or token gay politics or token trans politics. It became about attention and an acknowledgement, and it became less and less about who's, got health insurance, who's got housing, who's got access to jobs, which are really important. But what really actually became important was who's seen and who's not seen and who can fuck who and what bathrooms are open to who and to what, okay? These became the major platform, these issues became the major platform of the left. And because the left had banked so heavily on these kind of policies, it's hard for them to shift now back into what the left has traditionally been about, which is distributive justice. Okay? How do you, because that's what's important to us. That's what's important to me at any rate. Okay? But so you took this hard left into this kind of politics. Now it's hard for you to move away from it. But the left, the right actually, is challenging you on these extremist politics, right? Because the left is going extreme. It has, okay? And so we haven't even gotten anything out of this other than token shit, though. Like, it'd be different if there was like some payoff to this. The payoff to the politics of the left. There's been no payoff from it.
And the thing about it is that the left is largely responsible for what we're talking about right now, in terms of, postmodernism and what have you, and, just the, welfare state and everything like that, what you call concubine culture, and, this what we're talking about with this, the single motherhood and everything like that is right. I mean, that is concubine culture. And the other part of concubine culture is, its role in being a feeder. It's being a feeder. It's a feeder into the prison industrial complex. Okay. And so, the prison industrial complex this is a multi-billion-dollar enterprise. There's so many people who get paid off of Black poverty and degradation. There's so many people who get paid off of Black boys who are functionally illiterate. Okay. And so what you have essentially is a system where you have young Black women who are actually being paid to have babies to feed into the prison industrial complex. It doesn't get any more basic than that. And until we really grapple with that, okay, what we're going to be looking at, okay, from our smartphones or from YouTube and from wherever, it's just complete Black genocide. I'm just going to put it out there. It's just genocide. Because that's what this is. It's genocide. And Black people are going to have to come to terms with the fact that we're dealing with slow genocide right now. And it's covered up. It's given other type of names. You use all type of, the gender language to make it sound like it's something more than what it is. You talk about women's empowerment and all that kind of stuff. It's genocide, slow genocide. And I don't see how we can, if you're really concerned, here's the thing. So Gigi still cares. Gigi still cares. Gigi still cares. Gigi would not be talking to Felicia. He wouldn't be talking to Toya. He would not be talking to these women. And I told y'all, I don't have anything against Black women, but I don't have these type of conversations with Black women, okay? Because there are these irreconcilable differences that just continue to show up, okay? And for a good number of Black women, they can't hear what we have to say, period, okay? But Gigi still cares. He still cares. And for Black people like Gigi, and I would include these ladies here, Toya and Felicia, for Black people who still care, I think it's important that we grapple with the reality of genocide. Even if we don't want to call it, even if if it hurts us to say the word genocide,
I can't help
genocide.
I can't help but care. I done procreated, so I can't just, I can't just not care. It's gonna be some people that I left here after I die, so I can't just not care.
Yeah, I mean, look, I do still care. It sounds like I don't give a fuck. And look, all I've been trying to say is Black people think they so smart, but they so stupid. You understand what I'm saying? Like, we act like we got it all figured out, but we ain't got shit figured out. We act like we understand the game, but we don't know the game at all. Mm-hmm. And, like, everything is framed in terms of what makes white people comfortable. Mm-hmm. And we don't even understand how the terms that they've created work to their advantage and work to our detriment, but we still utilize their terms to make sense of our reality. That's like all of the scholars who came, and created like the Black Studies departments and shit like this. We don't listen to shit they have to say.
Oh, no.
Like, if you really want to know what the Black studies movement was about, look at the people who were initially hired into these programs. And who, lorded over them for the first 30, years or so. And listen to what they had to say. I mean, their books are still circulating around like black bookstores and shit like that. The Kwanzaa Kunjufus and shit. The Malefe Kete Asantes.
Nathan and Julia Hare.
Yeah, that crowd. Like, they've been driven out of the fucking system.
Oh, yeah.
They were called racial essentialists.
Oh, yeah.
And so, like, their work was depopularized, and like the work of, intersectional people became like the paramount value, and white people, they were able to pick and choose selectively who made them comfortable and who pushed the narrative that was, palatable to them.
Yeah. And I'm going to tell you, if you all don't know anything about Nathan and Julia Hare, there's a book that they published in 1986 called The Endangered Black Family. It deals with what they call the unisexualization of the black race, okay? And everything that we're talking about right now today, these questions, they were grappling with that stuff in the 80s, in the early 80s, okay? The stuff about the black family and what we're saying, the decimation of the black male and the polarization between black men and black women, they saw that back then, and they were very clear in citing feminism as a primary source for this type of splintering, disintegration, decimation. Okay, and they were written off by liberals. They were written off by the feminists. They were written off by the cultural leftists because they were not seen as being avant-garde enough or whatever. Okay, they were not pro-feminist. They were not pro what we call LGBTQ today. Okay, they weren't anti those things, but they weren't pro those things either. You see. And they said that these ideologies don't fit. They don't work for black people. Just don't work.
But then the intersectional crowd came along and said, well, there's a whole bunch of gay black people. There's a whole bunch of, black people who are women. And so our interests are served by, these kind of identity formations. But you got to think about it. Like the primary identity formation that keeps black people at a disadvantage is their blackness, not their gayness, not their womanness. Mm-hmm. It's your blackness that keeps you in the predicament that you're in. And as soon as we realize that, the better off we'll be. Fuck all the, we understand that like everybody has an intersectional identity. There's nobody alive that doesn't. I mean, like, that's not saying shit new. Like, and then the whole idea, I was watching Norman Finkelstein the other day, and the one thing, and you turned me on to him, Dr. Neal, he was like, even in the fucking 60s, people understood intersectionality. They didn't say it like that. I mean, like, because like, when you start talking about Marxism, there were questions that emerged out of it, like the Negro question. Like, what about Marxism and the Negro question? Or Marxism and the Jewish question? Or the woman question? And I mean, all of these questions, I mean, pamphlets and shit like that rose up or whatever. So like this idea like there being, and he uses the example of Ralph Ellison and how he left the Marxist Party and was like, there's something wrong about what these white people are doing with this ideology here. It's something that they're missing because they're not, basically attending to issues related to race at all.
Yeah, Richard Wright left too. Same thing, Richard Wright. Yeah. So
I mean, I think he might have been Richard Wright more than Ralph Ellison. So I might have mistaken that. But the whole point is, the idea is that the intersectionality and people having multiple identities, all of this shit is not new. Okay, but it became the rage in the academy because it really, actually, to be quite honest, it served the purpose of fracturing and splintering black people's interests around the dimensions of race. And it became what the people call interest group pluralism. It became a way for people from different identity groups to lay claim to a larger share of resources related to the government, doling out token shit. According to the Civil Rights Act and the categories established therein, race, class, and gender. You know what I'm saying? So, but that shit that shit has not worked for blacks, because you look at the economic condition of black folks writ large. I mean, a lot of us think that we're doing well, but I don't know why we think we're doing as well as we say we are. I don't understand it. But I mean, you know, I guess some people got some good jobs or some middle class, upper middle class jobs, and they feel like the work is all done. I just don't see it that way.
I have a question for Felicia.
Yeah.
Do you have daughters?
I do.
If you don't mind me asking, how old are your daughters?
24 and 14.
Okay. Did your 24-year-old, did she become a single mother?
Oh man. Oh my God. Yes.
She did. At what age?
19.
19. And you talked to her about not making the same, going down the same road as you,
I
correct?
did. I did. I had a no boyfriend rule and everything. No boyfriend rule till after high school, and it didn't work. Well, I
What do
guess it
you
worked. She was 19, so but
what do you think happened?
um I don't know. I've been trying to figure out that disconnect myself. I honestly don't know. Because I can remember a time when I finally graduated. I can remember a time both my two adult children, because I had them really young, my two adult children telling me like, man, we ain't never having kids. We
Uh-huh.
just seeing what you went through with us, we ain't never having kids. And I was like, bet.
Got you. Are
That's fine.
you are you concerned about your 14-year-old?
Yeah. Yeah, but I think she's gonna be okay. But like I'm still concerned though. Because I have more resources now, meaning money now, than I did when my two oldest were her age. So,
So you have more hope for her, basically.
huh?
You have more hope for your 14-year-old than you did for your older ones.
It ain't. No, I wouldn't skew it as that. I'm saying like I don't buy into the whole thing. Like I buy into what my efforts and actions produce, and what I'm able to do. Like if somebody not able for whatever reason, then the outcome gonna be the outcome. But it ain't a hope thing.
Well, I mean, you don't know right now. I mean, so it's like it's you can only speculate on what a possible future could be. You know what I'm saying? She's
Yeah.
too young, um, and so it's like we're speculating. Speculation has something to do with futures, and we don't have a we can't do exact math with that. And so I'm just saying, do you feel more confident that your 14-year-old will not go down the path you went down and will not go down the path that your oldest daughter went down?
Uh, I want to say yeah, but I mean, she's like at the same time a product of two parents that didn't stick together. So, uh,
Let me ask you this: do you have frank conversations with her about the consequences of um, being too young and too, um, I guess, immature to bring a child into this world without the benefit of, marriage and age and everything?
yeah, I have.
How does she respond?
Mm, I mean, she just listened. She didn't. She didn't really say much. Um, she's still really kitty, if that makes sense. And that's what we're trying to protect.
I had an ex-girlfriend who was a single mother, um, 3 children, and her oldest daughter was 25. Her second child, her son, was 21, and her youngest child, her daughter, was 17 when I was involved with her. And the 17-year-old was an accelerated. She was very smart woman, very charming, and was in an accelerated program. It was one of these junior college programs connected to an elite school here in North Carolina. I'm not going to say the name. And the woman who I was dealing with, the single mother, she had her babies. She started having babies when she was young. And she was intent. She was very, very intent. Fortunately, her oldest daughter had never had any kids. So the oldest daughter, didn't do them, didn't go down that path for whatever reason. But the younger one, she was real invested in the younger one because she was very smart. She was on the STEM track. And I used to watch her really instruct her daughter about, her associations. Anyway, her younger daughter had a little boyfriend. They still live in the hood. They live in the hood. And the people that they connected to, who they were surrounded by hood people all the time, and hood women in particular. And so we're talking about a young woman who was basically, a budding elite, okay? And her mother was working hard to get her out of there. Long story short, she had a little boyfriend in the neighborhood, raised by a single mother and what have you. And the mother did her darndest to break that relationship up. Because she told her, she said, you can't take this boy with you. You all are going on different tracks or what have you. You can't take him with you. And the daughter would cry and rebel and what have you. Anywho, her daughter was on birth control. Had on birth control. The daughter, at some point, decided to stop taking birth control. And as soon as she stopped taking birth control, she got pregnant. And as soon as she got pregnant, all of her plans to go into this high-level STEM program ended. She found herself working in a chicken factory with her boyfriend. I shouldn't be laughing, but it's just the truth. She found herself working in a chicken factory, a plant in North Carolina, competing with Mexicans.
Lord.
And they had to raise this child.
Look, Doc, let me just put this shit out here like this, bro.
Sound like a book.
Like kids, man, don't believe fat meat greasy, man. You know what I'm saying? And like kids, contrary to popular opinion, man, they're very cognizant about what's going on in the world about them. And they work off of what they see as opposed to what they hear. Now, it might be fucked up to put that out there like that, but like, it's one thing to hear some shit, it's another thing to see some shit. People model their behavior after what they see. And if what they see is men being pushed to the periphery of family life, then they're gonna do that themselves. Like, or if they see, and this is unfortunate, but if they see a community that prioritizes motherhood as opposed to family life, like men and women getting married, then that's what they're gonna do. It's what they know. It's what they experience. It's the norm for them. It's normal for them. I remember, you ever heard of Ruth Benedict?
Uh-huh.
you ever heard of her?
I know she's an anthropologist.
Right. She says, the concept of the normal is a variant of the concept of good. Mm-hmm. That's what she says. Now, go look up Ruth Benedict. To her, the concept of normal is a variant of the concept of the good. So if it's normal to you, it's good. Whether it's actually good or not, whether you dismiss it, you denounce it, it's normal. And unfortunately for us, what's normal is the disjointing of black family life, man. It's normal for us.
Yeah.
And until we make it normal again, man, we're going to be in a heap of trouble, because I'm going to tell you, I said this shit before. Maybe I ought to put this in one of my disclaimers, though. Like, this shit, like, it's going to be carried over from generation to generation unless we do something to intervene on it. But I think more than anything else, man, what has brought this about, I think, is, like I said, it's been a confluence of factors. It hasn't been one thing. It's just been a constellation of things. But seeing black men and women working together through life is not normal anymore. It's not normal anymore. If you see a man and a woman together working through life together, you know what that's considered to be? You beat the odds.
Yeah.
That's not the norm.
Or the intersectionalist, they're gonna call it heteropatriarchy. That's what they're gonna call it.
I want you to think about this shit.
The Black Lives Matter people not gonna like it because they're gonna say, "Oh, this is heteronormativity."
And you got to think about this. Like, they have made men and women working together abnormal in their language. And the very thing which gives birth or gives rise to life, the conditions of life itself, has become abnormal to these people, man.
You see how backwards that shit is, man. You see how backwards that shit is, man. This shit is backwards.
I mean, you got to think about it, though. I mean, the very thing which gives rise to life itself has been perceived as a source of dysfunction, oppression, domination, and injustice.
There you go.
Black men and women working, or men and women in general, working together has been perceived in the eyes of these. And my viewpoint on it is it's been capped from the beginning. They didn't believe that shit.
No. Now, corporate America would say, because we see that in the commercials that we get now, you know, a white man and a black woman as a couple, you know, in a Chevrolet commercial or in a Geico commercial, you know what I mean? Oh, that's normal. You know what I mean?
But a small cadre of women who are man haters and who had like fucked up childhoods or whatever the case may be, like Andrea Dworkin or Catherine McKinnon, or any other of these like radical feminist, dominant feminist characters, Ellen Pence or something like that, they don't represent the norm of white women in America in their opinions about men.
No.
And never have.
Never have, no.
And then, you know, like, and then people are left scratching their heads and wondering, like, well, why did so many white women vote for, like, Trump and shit like this? Because they never fucking, they get you to buy into the misfits of their culture and the shit that they proliferate out there. And then they'll leave you scratching your heads because you don't even know which way is up. They'll get you. This is why I have a problem with black feminists, because they basically turned their backs on black men for token status. Is what they did. It's a fact. I mean, maybe they might have thought they were doing the right thing or whatever the case may be. They might have thought that they were doing something beneficent, benevolent, and they were arcing towards justice. But I mean, look at the outcome.
You know, what I often say is that you had a good number of black people who made the mistake of affiliating with white people that white people don't want. Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
These are the outcasts of white America, basically.
But the outcasts of white America found a home in the academy.
Yeah.
And like Camille Paglia, she explicitly states how this shit occurred. Like a lot of these radical feminists from the 60s, their style was all based on the civil rights movement. Everything about them was like, I'm just jacking the civil rights movement. They took the energy of the civil rights movement and pushed for everything according to their own desires. And they initially they were talking about class, but they just left class behind. Because that's too different. Because that's where the real fight is. They just said, fuck that. We're going to just, we're going to argue for all of these intersectional identity, or at the time it wasn't intersectional, but like all of these sexual rights and things of this nature. But I mean, like at the end of the day, come on, man. You ain't going to knock white men from their space, man. Not for real.
No.
And your fate is linked to white men.
That's it.
They see that. We're the only people who can't see ourselves as having a linked fate together. They know their fate is linked. If white men go down, the country goes down with white men. Everything goes down.
Yeah.
They know that shit.
Mm-hmm.
We the only motherfuckers that don't understand it.
Why do you think Kanye, and this is very controversial, why do you think Kanye was going so hard advocating for white men when he was doing his rounds 6 months ago? He's doing the same. He's operating out of that logic. It might sound bizarre and twisted and all that kind of stuff. You understand what I'm saying? Because the reality, this is a hard pill to swallow. If you get rid of all of them and you replace them with women, right?
Right.
The ship gonna sink. I'm sorry. The ship gonna sink faster than it already is sinking. That's just the way it is. All right. Because heavy is the crown. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you got to be able to deal with the responsibilities that come with having that type of power, privilege, authority, and what have you. And the reality is that, just and I ain't trying to be sexist, nothing like that, but they ain't built for it. You know what I mean? Most of them. Now, some of them, maybe Hillary Clinton, yeah, she built for it. You know what I mean? But, how many people like that are around to run the entire country? You know what I mean? So that's just the dilemma that we find ourselves in, man, is that we have been socialized to accept abnormality and to normalize it, and that's why we like, the black single mother, she's a hero. Having a baby by yourself, that's a flex. Being a single mom and not getting married, that's autonomy, that's freedom, that's girl power. You know what I mean? Who else in this country? I have yet to see Asian women riding on baby mama ideology. I've yet to see South Asian women. I've yet to see even the African immigrant women from the Congo and from Nigeria and Ghana and Kenya and these other parts of continental Africa. They ain't on that. They are not on that train. It's only the Black American female who does that, and she has been convinced to believe that this makes her a superhero and that this gives her that she's magical as a result of that. When in actuality, this is just the result of historical conquest and domination. You living in Babylon, and you've been convinced that Babylonian Kool-Aid is Ciroc. You know what I mean? That's it.
Hey man, out of the words of Dr. Neil, man, I never heard shit like that.
I got to get out of here, man.
Hey man, don't leave now, motherfucker. He said, "Hey, look,
I gotta let the passport
Kool-Aid, man." Hey man, you gotta write an article called Babylonian Kool-Aid. Hey man, that's a hell of a one. Thank you for stopping by.
All right. You all take care.
That's dope shit though, man. I'm fucking with you heavy, man.
Passport bros forever. SYSBM. Peace out.
Peace out, man. Peace out, Doc Neil. Yeah. So look, ladies, I'm trying to keep this like, I'm gonna let Dr. Neil come in because he's a fellow compatriot, colleague type shit. I see you back there, Chaos, man. I'm gonna hold you back because I want to wrap this up with the ladies, man, and bring this thing to a head, man. Look, I believe I should be in conversation with y'all from time to time. Can I be a little bit acerbic? Yeah, I can be. Can I be a little bit harsh sometimes and how I respond to y'all sometimes? Yes. Okay. But like Dr. Neal said, man, I really actually do still care. Even though it might seem like I don't. I'm just being real about the shit. Because I believe that, like, if we don't get this shit together, man, we fucking, like he said about genocide, we're done. Because the family is the only institution really where you can actually combat against the government and the other institutions in this culture. That's the only place where you can do it. If you can't do it there, I mean, where can you do it? There is no other place where you can actually do it. But in order to do it, there has to be an agreement amongst men and women to hold the shit together and to govern, over the children and to develop a community that they can govern together. But like, I mean, if it's just consistent combat and conflict and triangulation with, the institutions in the society at large that really don't want to see you burgeon and flourish to begin with, then like, how's it gonna help? I just don't see. Like, I wish that there was a way for us to get along, but goddamn, it just seems like we're not getting along at all. And it's become normalized to see less and less men being involved in family life. It's like the girl said in the video, like, man, not substantially important. Like, goddamn, like he's just he an extra, an add-on. He ain't integral.
Blame her daddy.
Yeah, or blame her mom. This is the thing. Like, see, what I don't like is to say, well, just blame her daddy, because that nigga wasn't there.
Daddy, but you were saying just the mom.
No,
I
didn't say just. Why you keep? Look, men have been getting blamed for being absentee for hellas. Men have been getting blamed for not being present, deadbeats forever. And the question is, in today's context, if we know for a fact that women are divorcing their husbands more than the other way around, if we know that women, before they even have children, or like thinking in their minds like a man is not substantially necessary in terms of being, integral in the family, then why are we sitting there just talking about like it's just a male problem? It's primarily a male problem. This is what I've been trying to talk to you about, what I've been trying to articulate to you. That the safekeeper of chastity and reproduction are not men. It's women. It's not men. It's women. They are the safekeepers of whether or not they're going to have sex and whether or not they're going to have babies. It's not men. In fact, the reality is, let's put it out here how it really should be put out. Let's put it out here like it really should be put out. Most girls who are having sex should not be fucking at all. They just shouldn't be. They shouldn't be. And boys shouldn't be doing this shit either. They shouldn't be out here fucking either. Okay? But I mean, you got young girls out here who got like 6, 7 fucking sexual partners before they even have babies to begin with. Then after they have the babies, they have even more sexual partners before they get married. And then they think it's going to be successful. How the fuck is that supposed to work? We all know that that's not, nobody thinks that, as a child, I didn't think that's how it worked. Not to say that, people wasn't out here fucking and shit like this, because it was happening in the 80s, okay? In the early 90s, it was happening, okay? But I mean, for crying out loud, everybody knows, like, look, or at least in my time frame, we knew, okay, don't have a baby out of the wedlock situation because it's going to be more difficult. Now, you can't take the hands of time back and put the baby back in the womb or no shit like that. Once it's done, it's done. But the point is, we're talking about like what's generally acceptable. And it's become increasingly more generally acceptable for motherfuckers to think that marriage is something that is a luxury instead of a basic building block of family life. It becomes a luxury now. It's the cherry on top, not the pie. It's the icing, not the cake. And the question is like, when did this mindset when did it evolve? And I think that there's a consensus that prior to the 60s, you did not see this. I mean, of course, there's always been infidelity and things of this nature. You've always seen fornication, you've always seen it. But it's at it's grown like geometrically since the 60s. And nobody wants to put the cap back on the bottom. Now, I grew up in an era where I saw black families everywhere. Everywhere I looked, there was a black family. Male and female. The Butlers on my block. The Jones, the Bates, the Stallings, the Hughes. Everywhere I looked, I saw black families. I mean, house after house, row after house after house. And then by the 2000s, this shit didn't exist anymore. All I saw was baby mamas and shit. So I went from being a young boy, 9, 10, 11, 12. All I'm seeing is family after family after family. Black, not white family, just black. In the north side of St. Louis, black families, house after house after house of black families, the Bonners. House after house after house. And to now, ain't nobody married. Nobody's living together.
What part you grew up in? What part you grew up in?
Man, I told you I'm from the north side, man. I told you I grew up on Kasu, man.
Oh, Kasu. Okay. I grew up on Goodfellas.
Okay. That ain't too far. But that's like, you closer to West Florissant.
Mm-hmm.
I'm closer to Fairground Park. But
right.
The point, when my mother went to Beaumont High School, it was all white people when she went there.
Man, I went there for a second. It was like lean on me by the time I got there.
Man, shit. My OG made sure I ain't go to Beaumont.
That shit, I left. I disenrolled myself.
Yeah, she told me you ain't about to go to Beaumont, nigga. Matter of fact, I ain't go to no schools in that area. I ain't go to Turner Middle, Ashland, none of that shit. She's like, you ain't going to no schools around her, young boy. And I didn't. But I mean, I hung out with the niggas that went to Ashland and Turner Middle and Beaumont and all that. Sumner. VAP, because at the time VAP was open.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, I knew, I went to school, but I went to CBC. I was the only kid, though. I was the only boy. So she ain't, Look, BGS, man, look. BGS asked the question, why are black women the least married and the most divorced? They don't like niggas.
Well, nobody
That's the only conclusion I can come up with. Why are black women the least married and the most divorced? The only conclusion I can come up with is they don't like niggas.
No, nobody like niggas.
I think it also has to do with perception, right? Because a lot of what you guys were talking about was very triggering for me because growing up, marriage didn't seem as accessible as having a child. And because my mother had me when she was 14, I made it a choice from a very young age that that wasn't going to be my life. So I think in the same ways that Felicia talked about her daughter saying she wasn't going to have kids, you know, I took on that same thought process, but I think I took it to the extreme. And you know, I just never thought that marriage was accessible to me because it wasn't something I saw around me.
Yeah, I can see that. But I mean, have you ever been in a relationship with a man who proposed to marry?
I have.
And what you tell that nigga?
I, I accepted it. I accepted his proposal. We just never made it to the altar.
And like, how long were you engaged?
Years.
Why do I feel like fucking Kevin Samuels now, man? Hey, look. How long were you engaged? All that. Look.
Yeah, we were engaged for years.
That's the that was it. Was that his fault or your fault?
I think it was mine, honestly. I think he wasn't in a rush or making a push, but it was also my ignorance as to what that even entailed. Also, you know, my mom wasn't married. I felt like, you know, there was also this little bit of I shouldn't be doing this before my mom's doing it. You know, it was a lot.
Yeah, so like I said before, people do as you do, not as you say. Children do as you do, not as you say. So if you smoke, I'm just saying, like if you smoking cigarettes, you tell your kid, don't smoke these cigarettes. Kid gonna be like, okay, but it's good enough for you to smoke. The motherfucker gonna be like, when you gone, they gonna be fucking with the pack.
I remember when I told my mama I was getting married, and me and my husband, we sat both our moms down together at lunch or whatever, and we told them, and my mama jumped for joy, and it threw me off because it's like I didn't know you wanted this for me, lady. But yeah.
But why wouldn't they want it for you? I mean, like, are you trying to not upstage your mothers or some shit?
No, I ain't saying that. It's just something.
I'm like, Toya's the one that said that.
I'm
Like,
thinking, I think it has a lot to do with how a mother raises their daughter to be a wife. And if that isn't even present, then you're looking, I mean, for me, I'll speak for myself and say that I felt like my mother's life was the blueprint, so much so that even in my adult years, it didn't occur to me that because I wasn't a teenage mom, I didn't have to live life the same way she did.
yeah.
It's almost like a permission thing. Like, you know, is this okay? Am I doing this right? Am I doing this the way I should be doing it? And how should she know? Her life was very different from mine.
Man, all I can say is, man, we fucked up out here, man. Look. All I can tell you is, we fucked up out here, man. We don't think. I mean, we put the cart before the horse, man. We do, and then we try to catch up after having done. It's like we make a decision, and then, you know, after having made the hasty decision, then we got to deal with the blowback from it. We don't think ahead. We always reacting. That's the black life is reacting. A constant series of reactions. Constant reaction. Living off your wits. I mean, just think about like that's like living like a fucking animal, constantly living off your wits.
I was raised in a reactionary environment. Everything about my upbringing was reactionary. My mother was that woman you were talking about who was sent down south to have her kid because she was 14. She didn't finish high school. I was supposed to be given up for adoption. That was a decision that changed after I was here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how it happens with a lot of us. Happens with a lot of us like that. You know. I don't know, man. The only thing I can say is, man, we better start doing some shit different. But personally, I don't. I don't think that shaming women into doing this shit is the answer. You know what I'm saying? But unless you can change the culture, I don't see how you can change this shit. But I do appreciate y'all for coming through and, sharing your opinions, man, like Mrs. KP Bailey said, because you didn't have to do this. I know this conversation was originally supposed to be for me and Felicia, talking about like some of the shit, because we never really got into all of the shit. But I think we covered, what the bulk of the issue is, or the problems are. All I know is as a black man, I never thought I would be like, a single person this long my damn self. I thought I would be married with a picket fence and some kids and shit. I got the kids, but, and I got married, but this shit didn't last. And, mostly, it was my fault, I guess, because, I'm the motherfucker who got locked up. So that's my fault.
I never got to think about what I could be.
You said what now?
I said, and I never got to think about what I could be. You ain't picture this for yourself? I never even got to picture anything. Just thrown in and constantly pivoting.
But I mean, at the end of the day, man, it is what it is, man. I ain't mad at the shit, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is, you know what I'm saying? You can't change the hands of time. Can't make shit go away. Can't go back, to the past. This ain't Samurai Jack or no shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Get back to the past. It ain't happening. You know what I'm saying? So the only thing I can say is, man, we got to change the culture, man. And I don't know how to change it personally myself. You know what I'm saying? What do you do if niggas? Like, what do you do, man, to a group of girls? Like I said, I'm gonna show the shit one last time, but like, what do you do to a group of girls that feel like niggas aren't necessary? What do you do to that, man?
Raise your hand if you're married. None of you are married. Raise your hand if you would like to be married to your baby's father.
I blame they daddies.
One. The rest of you who don't plan to get married, why don't you plan to get married? I'd like to know that.
You already have your child to think about, and then a whole family to care for. It's a lot of responsibility. And then you don't want the commitments.
I wouldn't want no man holding me down because I think I can make it as a single parent.
But don't you think you might need help in raising that baby from a man?
Not really. I didn't have a father. My father wasn't in the home, so, it really, male figures are not substantially important in the family.
Yeah, so, look, at the end of the day,
I blame
you
they
gotta
daddy.
think about, huh? So look,
At the end of the day.
So look, this is the way I look at this shit, right? So let's say, for example, this is just a hypothetical, right? Let's say, for example, I was one of these women's baby daddies. No matter how young, don't matter. But I'm the baby daddy of the woman that just made the statement, male figures not substantially important in the family. Imagine me trying to develop a life with this motherfucker, man. Because as soon as a problem ensues, the first thing she gonna say is, you can get the fuck out. Why would she say anything different? She already told you male figures are substantially unimportant in the family. So, like, why would I, like, I'm just saying, like, why would I work my ass off to be with this chick that's considering me substantially unimportant and a burden? I already got other things to take care of. I don't want to have to fucking deal with the responsibility or the commitment.
She didn't see her parents duke it out and stay together through thick and thin.
We talking about her, man.
Huh?
I'm talking about her.
I'm
Why
talking-
would I, as a man, why would you blame, if I'm the baby daddy and I'm like, I want to be with you, baby. I want, let's make this work. So you having my baby and you mean so much to me. There's nothing more precious than to raise a family. You and I.
I mean,
and the
y'all
next thing I
said-
hear is, and then she started talking some shit like, INDEPENDENT. Do you know what that means? Sit down. Oh, I ain't got to take this shit. Oh, I ain't got to listen to what you got to say. Why should I sit there and fuck with her ass for? Why should I make my life miserable dealing with this woman who considers me to be so substantially unimportant in the family? Why should I give up myself to a situation like that?
When you got to that point, it's too late because we've already said that young people gonna do what they see more than what they hear and are told. And she ain't see no nigga stick it out with her daddy to show her that it's possible, even through all the bad. It's possible to work shit out and stay together. I mean, so when you get to that point, it's too late to be asking them questions.
The only thing I'm trying to articulate to you, Felicia, is you can't make it all Jermaine's fault, man. It ain't all Tyrone's fault, man.
I'm not trying to make it all his fault. I'm just saying.
You blame the daddy. It's the daddy fault. It ain't the woman's fault. It's the daddy fault. It ain't both of their fault. It's the daddy fault. I blame the daddy. You explicitly saying that.
Both of their faults. It's both of their faults. It is both of their faults. I'm not denying her part. I'm just adding that nigga in. Cause like she ain't go fuck a damn tree or the stork dropped the baby in her damn lap. She went and fucked another human being and they had a baby. That's all I'm saying. Like, come on.
Hey, man,
we ain't buying this shit from the grocery store.
Hey, we all know that, man. It takes two to tango, you know what I'm saying? But like today, you got women out here, man, fucking around, having kids, with sperm from sperm banks and shit. You feel me? I got this, sis. I got this. Like, okay, you know what I'm saying?
That's weird. And I always hear them kids are really, they be really unhealthy.
You know what I'm saying? I got this, sis. I got this, sis. I got this. Okay, go ahead and do your thug thizzle. You feel me?
But how many of us are doing that?
Look, I get it, but all I'm saying is you got women out here, man, who making niggas out of sperm donors. Look, I'm going to make him my baby daddy. Now I'm going to make this motherfucker my husband. This nigga going to be my baby daddy. Okay. All right. Yeah, Rihanna recently saying, I want to be a mom before a certain age. And she didn't say I want to be a wife. She said, I want to be a mom. I want to be a mom. Not a wife to a motherfucker, a mom. And see, back in the past, there used to be a pecking order to this shit, a temporal order. Time, marriage, babies. Not babies then marriage, but marriage then babies. That used to be the order of this. But contemporary society has done away with the preconditions, man, out of which family life evolves. It's a fucking liberal society where whatever you want to do, you can do. No stigmatization, no nothing. It is what it is. So Want to be a mommy. Mommy. Don't want to be a wifey. Who's the, what's the name of SWV? The new song they got? Co-sign for you, baby. Ain't nothing code doing nothing. I got this.
Hell no.
I got this on my own. I mean, you guys, like, don't you understand that today women are hostile towards men? Don't y'all get that shit?
Why do you think I came in saying what I said about listening?
I feel you.
That's where it has to start. It has to start by deferring to being quiet. And if you can do that, you'll learn something. And if you learn something, you might do something different.
A lot of men are saying that women are running men off, even good dudes, or they don't even want the good dudes. A lot of men are saying that like the women don't even want good dudes. They want the thug niggas. That's the exciting niggas.
How can you expect someone to know what's good for them if they're not even able to give that to themselves? And it's apparent in how we carry ourselves.
Man,
We used to, like, I remember being told explicitly, you ain't going nowhere with me looking like that. And so as a child, it became clear to me, well, if I care about myself, I need to go outside representing myself like I do. That's a baseline.
Willie Williams say females want broke dudes they can control, man. So look, I'm gonna send a link out here one last time, then we about to close this shit out, man. Look, I'm gonna send it out here one last time. I know Chaos was trying to get in for a minute, but I wanted to make sure that the women had the ability to get off what they wanted to get off. Now, of course, I'm gonna invite Dr. Neil on. That's my compatriot. You know what I'm saying? So you know I'm gonna put him on first. But you got anything you want to say, man? Now you can come in and say it, man, and forever hold your peace, man. You want to say something, now's the time, man. Forever hold. Speak now, like what they say. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Leon, what's up, man?
What's up? Hey, ladies. I know y'all know this, and it's just part of the sisterhood. But one of my aunties is a lawyer, and the other one's a master's in social work. They work for nonprofits. I've done community service for them. They let me know from the start, not all black women like black men and don't have sex with queer or bisexual women. So when we're talking about black women knowingly having kids and not having relationships with those males, y'all have to just come out and admit that, these women are lesbian or queer, and they look at men as just sperm donors. And when there's an issue, they blame guys. This is fact. Women have said it. Like I said, my aunt is a master's in social work. She had to straight up tell you about queer women and how she has to deal with them in the workspace, because they're all waiting for a white lady to give them a check, and they have to obey by the rules of the game to make their money in these nonprofits. And that's just my thing. Like when we were talking about Kiki, you can watch her interview and she straight up says, I'm a queer woman. So she doesn't view gender as a thing, and she doesn't really agree with falling under or even a 50% thing with a male anyway. So I just hate that y'all act like y'all not aware of those situations. Like if lesbian or bisexual women want kids, they're gonna have them, regardless if it's a sperm donor or they find a guy that thinks he's gonna be having a threesome or some shit. That's the actual reality of it. And I just wanted to stop through and say that shit. I'll holla, because I'm at work, bro.
Hey, and I wanted to let me say this. Then, can you guys hear me?
We got you.
I wanted to say this, and I think part of the issue because he brought up the lesbian issue. Look at the mayor, De Blasio, right? His wife, his black wife, is a lesbian, right? So we're not acknowledging the reality of the way that we of the choices of women that we have to wife and have relationship with, and I don't know why Felicia and other women are trying to pretend like they don't know who their sisters are. They know what their sisters are telling them behind closed doors. We don't even need to show any of these videos. They know that their sisters and their girlfriends are behind the scenes talking shit about men on a regular basis. I mean, so I don't know why they be coming on a social media capping like that. They know that these women are lesbians. They know these women hate men. They know that these women want to have babies and not. They know all this already. I'm just trying to figure out why we can't have a real conversation. And then it's like, oh, I don't know. You do know. You do know there's a large population of women just like what's described in that video. You do know that. But somehow you don't want to acknowledge that fact. And it's hindering us from having a real conversation because you think somehow men are full of shit, or black men in particular, and you think that somehow we're gonna clown you and shame you, which we are, but at the same time, that doesn't mean that we're not going to stick in it with you because I mean, that's all we've done is sacrifice, for these half a wife and half a relationships. All we've done was sacrifice, and then all we hear is, oh, uh the reason that I'm masculine is because there's this history of the men leaving and we had to take all the responsibility. That's bullshit. Why is it? Because in most other countries, right, black and Latino countries, do you know the out of wedlock rate is actually higher in those countries? The work that they have to do, the burden that they have on their shoulders is actually more. But you don't find these women turning masculine and turning into these super feminists. You don't see that happening. You know what I'm saying? So all of that is some BS because the facts of the world, the facts of the statistics does not bear out that it's justified for you to become these masculine lesbian individuals because black men have failed you. That's a lie. I'll land there.
Okay,
Yeah.
guys, getting it off the chest, so let's keep it going.
Yeah, I'll just say this. I just want to add this because shout out to Felicia for actually, coming on and putting her 2 cents in. Man, I'm getting tired of this, right? Okay. Every stat that I look at, it points to that, I forget what her name was, but she actually wrote in the book, white men and black women are the two freest people in America because they do what they want. Okay. Black women are doing what they want. They always have done what they want. And this is just a sign of it. If you look at the stats about birth control, right? Um, the high, back then, the highest out of wedlock birth rate in America was black women. Who took the least amount of birth control? Okay, why is it black men wear the most condoms out of any group? Go back, that they had to take that Gutmeyer study down because too many people are pointing to it. Black men as a group wear the most condoms. Okay, they're the most uh, uh, because child support is going to get them most. They're going to be under the jail most about child support, so they wear the most condom. Who takes the least amount of birth control? It's black women. Why is that? Why? Like I said, why is every category between black men and black women upside down from everybody else? Absolutely upside down from everybody else. Uh, the marriage rate, the average marriage of a black couple is 5 years. 80% of it's 80% divorce rate, and 80% of that's filed by women. The median age of first birth for a black woman is 23 and a half. Hasn't changed in like 50 years, right? But guess what? The marriage rate is damn near 31 now. The median marriage rate, okay? Marriage age. Everything is upside down. Okay, go read Diane Williams' book. Right, she tells you black men and women were thrown together. Okay, they're not organically couples. You know, that's why I love what Dr. Neal said about she destroyed the contract. Okay, they were thrown together on purpose by white people. You know, the former slave masters threw them together, got to organize these people. You throw them together, you force them to get married into a nuclear family household, right? And black people made the best of it, even though black men's lives are shorter. Black men actually sacrificed themselves. Why do you think black men were so undereducated for the most part, right? A lot of fathers sacrificed themselves and their boys so that their daughters and their sisters didn't have to go get raped by master in master's kitchen. That's why they always wanted the girls to have more education, so that the white man wouldn't have access to their women without their consent. What have black men gotten for all that? They got thrown under the bus, right? Even when it came down to when black men like want to hand scissors, right? 1961 was the first year that black women had the same welfare that white women got. That's what caused the scissors. That's what Moynihan scratching his head. Wait, we giving these black dudes jobs to bring down the welfare rate because that's my job. But black women are doing the opposite. What's going on with these people? That's like we called in Clark and Du Bois, and he called in he called in Frazier. What's going on with these people? And Frazier told him this has been the pattern since the slave master, right? Basically, the way black women have always seen the family is a black woman and her children. The father was extra, okay? Because the father's role was always undependable. Because up until 1920, any black man born in the United States, his average lifespan was 31 years. That was it. Average lifespan, 10, 15 years less than anybody else. So he's gonna die. So I need to replace him. That's how come we had mama having babies by two, three, four guys, right? Because she children were a resource because you're rural people, and you need a man to help you have and raise these children. So you have to have him replaced. That's where the what so-called walking divorce came in. We couldn't stay together. We split up. Okay, you go your way. I'm gonna have to get another man in here. So we have that survival pattern is still with us. That's how come well, it was 60-70% of black women that have one or more children, okay, have two or more children, she's going to have two different fathers. 70%. It's in the culture, and guess what? What Doc played in 1986. I just a teacher actually interviewed a group of black girls, and I've actually put it up on my Black Pill Gnostic channel. Right, he just did that this year. Right, he interviewed girls because he said he heard me. He said he didn't believe that black women have a Klingon mating strategy like slapping boys upside the head. Okay, he didn't believe that. And so he asked her, "Do you do that?" I said, "Why do you do that?" I said, "Do you slap up a boy that you like upside the head because you want to get his attention?" She said, "Yes." He couldn't believe it. So he went further and said, "Okay." He had like three or four girls, right? And interviewed them, right? And he said, "Okay, what do you think about getting married before you having a kid?" They all said the same thing. Marriage was optional. The only girl who was from a different culture, she was from Haiti, didn't believe in that. She believed you should marry first. And he just did this. These were 12-year-olds. This stuff is still being passed down. You know.
Yeah, I mean, and
Go ahead.
oddly enough, like Sergeant Willie Pete messaged, he just messaged me. I'll show you the shit, man. He presented, share the screen. He just messaged me, Dr. Johnson, and Six the Goddess. I don't know, why those particular people, but
Six the Goddess is a single mother, yeah. But he kind of likes what she looks.
He put at Six the Goddess, Dr. Tia Science. He said, "Can you break down this mentality? Specifically, what patriarchy are these women afraid of? When these women haven't even seen patriarchy in their own families for the last 3 generations."
There's never been a patriarchy in the black community ever. And that's what Frazier said, right? And they're not afraid of patriarchy. They're afraid of losing their power. I played several videos from the 1960s that said the exact same thing. In fact, I'd have a short up where the woman said black men are going to have to forcefully take power away from black women. It's in 1970.
Yeah, so look. Then he goes on to say, like, he's working 20 hours at McDonald's. Suddenly, what made him a decent boyfriend? Now that she's pregnant, a terrible father. There are a bunch of gems in here. Young men being happy about the baby until the baby is born. Then they realize the realities of being a father and that they don't have to contribute, where the woman now gets the default setting and diplomatic immunity of being a mother. Broke father's a deadbeat. A broke mother is doing the best she could. And he says, additionally, and this is big, the issue for many people, having a child is the greatest achievement they will ever have in life. And it is their way of leaving their mark in the world as a testament to the fact that they existed. And he says this is a far cry from the middle class and educated mentality, because the education and what they can do with that education is where they derive their purpose, okay? So I'm a doctor, a lawyer, CPA, nurse, etc. But what does someone with no education and skills tell themselves? What do they get to be? A parent? So there are class differences that can't be ignored and highlight many of the gender war issues currently going on. A middle-class, black-minded man is incompatible with an inner-city black woman who has this mentality, and he recognizes that a baby is a hindrance to anything he is trying to do. Same applies to middle-class. Now, this is just him talking, right?
Yeah, right.
But middle-class black women also seem to have the fear of the patriarchy if a man is financially ahead of them. And I've noticed this myself. Like, women do not like for a nigga to be making more money than them, have more educational experience than them. I've seen this. They say that they want all of this shit. But as soon as they deal with a nigga who has this, they don't know what to fucking do. It's like, oh, you're financially abusing me. How am I financially abusing you because you want me to give you some money to go buy some superfluous bullshit?
You know what they want to go back to, Doc? And this is something you've probably seen in the Fences, and I heard 50 Cent say that about his grandparents, right? They want to go back to the day. Remember when Papa came in and put his lunch pail down on Friday and gave Grandma the check?
Yeah.
That's what they want to go back to. That's what black women really want to go back to. That's where they, as far as black love, that's where they want to go back to.
But look, he says, my frustration kicks in when black women make all these demands about community and what they feel they deserve, but they don't want to get with a man who is ahead of them because they don't like the idea of male leadership, which is the patriarchy, and putting, and the money in his hands, because they want the money in their hands.
Their hands, yes, they do.
Bro, I've seen this firsthand, man.
Yes.
I remember, because I own 3 properties, all right? So motherfuckers, recently it came out that I can't pay my water bill. Motherfucker, I own 3 properties. So I had a chick stand in one of my cribs. I'm doing this bitch a favor. You ain't gotta pay no rent. You ain't gotta do shit. Okay? But what you gotta do is you gotta pay the fucking utilities. And collect the rent from the motherfuckers that's living there. Okay? And when I come back, I want the money, bitch. That's what I want. All you gotta do is give me the fucking rent that you collecting from the motherfucker that's staying there.
Yeah.
You think this chick paid the motherfucking goddamn utilities? She paid what she had to, but she didn't pay what she didn't have to.
Yeah.
Okay. Then when I come, daddy's home, where the motherfucking money at? Now you want to act like, oh well. Now you want to start giving me resistance, motherfucker? Nigga, I'm a hood nigga from the street. You better show me where this fucking cash is.
I've heard that one before. I ain't gonna say where, but I've heard that a few of the women didn't make it, man. I've heard that before.
But all I'm saying is, at the end of the day, I've seen it to where a woman feel like you shouldn't have control of the money. I've seen it. But you making such great financial decisions, bitch. Come on, man. Like, I ain't got to worry about where the fuck my money coming from. You got to worry about what the fuck you doing. But anyway, because if you got an issue with paying bills and you ain't got no rent, I don't know how the fuck can you make life easier for a motherfucker than to make sure they ain't got to pay no rent? I don't know. Because that's the easiest life to me. You know what I'm saying? Where you ain't got to pay no fucking rent or a mortgage.
Yeah, when I was in the 80s, man, when I was in my 20s, right, there was a thing going around with middle-class black women that if you had a house, she didn't want to move into it. because she wouldn't have control of it. So you had a house, you would have to either sell it, you have to sell that house and have to go in with her, take that money, go in with her and buy another one where she had 50
Yeah,
50
buy
control.
another one. Yeah, I
Yeah,
seen
yeah,
I seen
yeah,
that a lot.
yeah. They should be. It's a big thing back in the 80s.
Yeah,
Man, fuck
they,
all
they
that
would
bullshit.
they would
That's
have
some
niggas.
backwards bullshit.
Yo, they would have niggas. I seen it. They would have niggas building fucking houses for these bitches. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
yeah.
So look, he says this goes back to the concept that the community being broken was only brought up because middle class black educated men brought up submission. Black women, oh, you want submission where you ain't doing what the white man's done, you all need to do that first. But the truth is these women are not even looking for that as an outcome. The community complaint was only brought up to silence black men about their submission requirement. And look, I personally, submission is not a requirement for me. But this is what I ask for a woman to do. Submit to your oath, motherfucker. Submit to your covenant. Like, I don't know how more simplistic it can be. If you want to be in a relationship, submit to the norms associated with being in a fucking relationship.
You ought to clip that part, that wedding when the preacher said to love, honor, obey, and she couldn't say obey.
Man, look. Here's the thing. Obey your own oath.
Yeah, she couldn't do it. She couldn't do it. Her own wedding vow.
And I don't even need a woman to say that she got to obey me. Obey the rules that govern any relation. There are rules that govern any kind of relationships in the world. Okay, predicated upon universal understandings about fairness in interacting with other people. Namely, that the golden rule is one of them. Like, don't do unto people that you don't want shit done unto you. Yeah. So if you don't want to be lied to, don't lie. If you don't want to be manipulated, don't manipulate. If you don't want to be used, don't use people. If you don't want to be extorted, don't extort people. If you don't want to be treated violently, don't be violent to people. Okay? If you don't want an attitude being directed towards you, don't be attitudinal towards others.
Yeah.
If you don't want to be perceived as a burden, then don't perceive other people as burdens.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
It's just simple shit.
Yeah.
Like
go ahead. I wish Felicia was still up. I wanted to ask her that, she had a couple of babies very young. She know how tough it was, right? And she explicitly made it to where her daughter could not fall into the same position. And as soon as her daughter could, she got into the same position. And she said she doesn't understand it.
Well, my understanding of it is people do as they see, not as they told. And you can place restrictions on people, but I mean, the default setting is kind of difficult to break. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not trying to be judgmental or anything of this nature. But here's the point: a 19-year-old getting pregnant wouldn't be problematic outside of the context that there wasn't any like marital arrangement or anything like that.
Right,
if there was a marital arrangement, fuck it, go for it.
Yeah.
But like, young people don't feel like marriage is something that they should be doing, male or female.
Yeah. So
it's just like, okay, it's like, well, I get married, I'm gonna be 30 or something. Why you think that's the time to do this shit? Like, they put the cart before the horse. They think that like marriage is the thing that like is the final capstone on a successful life, instead of the way to actually build one.
The thing is, did she say how come their baby father didn't stick around? She never said.
you
don't want to get too deep in that. But
I don't want to get into our personals. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
we already covered that.
But she keeps saying it's always the man's fault, for not being there.
Yeah, she does say that a lot.
Like women that had no agency in picking one picking the guy and picking sex.
That's my whole thing is, hey, look, you don't have to get pregnant by a rando.
and we know that when I'm in my mid-60s, right? I had sex education in the 6th grade in the 60s. Okay, so saying that there's no way that that sex doesn't equal baby, it's hard to believe.
I'm not. Look.
Anyway, I'm off the soapbox, but go ahead.
But the only thing I can say is, I'm not even really tripping off her or what she was talking about, but I'm just saying, in relation to submission.
Yeah.
Niggas ain't even asking for these chicks to submit to the point where, like, because black men are used to, like, receiving resistance every step of the way.
Yes, we are.
Okay? All we're asking for is women to meet up to the obligations of being in a relationship in general.
Yes.
Meaning, like you give yourself into it. That's it. Don't be a bitch. Don't try to govern and regulate the shit, because, like, that's what y'all try to do. And when you had the opportunity to do it, you do it.
And black men are black men have almost 1 million more marriages than black women. How's that? And have less people. How does that happen?
Hey, can I say something?
Hold on. Before you do, somebody just donated something. I can't even fucking see the donation. But it's cool. But look, I want to say this before you say something, right?
I'll read it. It's Kevin. Kevin says women are socialized in society to lead a man directly into poverty and then move on to the next man once the resources dry up. Okay. Yeah, maybe true.
Man, that's fucked up. But I mean, today, like, you gotta, like, I was just playing videos, short bus videos, right? Mm-hmm. And women are talking about they need 100. My man got to make 100 G's every 3 months. Like, you can't be fucking serious. You. And then, like, provision. Like, it'd be one thing if provision was associated with making sure that the basics were met. Man, what does a motherfucking regular girl need with 100 G's a month, man? What?
100 G's a month?
I mean, well, every 3 months.
Year.
She said she need 100 G's every 3 months.
Well, because that comes from, you know where that comes from, don't you? That comes from the scammer and dope dealer.
You know hair hats are expensive.
So what?
You know hair hats are expensive.
Hair hats are expensive.
Man, ain't no weave that goddamn expensive. I'm sorry. I done been with a whole bunch of motherfucking chicks with all kinds of wigs, shit. You know what I'm saying? From the sew ins to the glue, the super glue type shit. Come on, man.
With the scammer, hustler, dope dealer theme actually got embedded into the black community, so that's the ideal. It's not about how he makes it about a good upstanding man that won't go to jail. It's about how much money can you make every 3 months,
man.
And what kind of lifestyle can you give me? And appreciate you, MS Delta, for the G Rock. He needs a little fanfare for that one.
Let me see. Let me see. I'm not in the screen where I can see anything.
Okay.
Shout out to Mississippi Delta guy, man. I'm gonna go down the list and shout out, because my head has been outside of the context of StreamYard, so it's back in it now. So shout out to Mississippi Delta guy. Appreciate the donation, sir. And I got to get to my main scene here and get to where I can get to this fanfare, man. Appreciate that, bro. Appreciate that. Shout out to Kevin. Thank you for the donation. You've already read that, so thank you. Shout out to you, sir. Shout out to Aaron Melton. Appreciate that, sir. Shout out to R.O. He says, Black America is like a 50-story skyscraper built with millions of holes in it. Those holes are white racism, bed wenches, and slave progenies. How do you fix that without tearing it all down to rebuild solid?
I do not know. That's a good question.
Yeah, it's like, it's a lot of negative shit baked into the equation. You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you separate the wheat from the chaff? Like, how do you separate mud and a straw hut? I don't know. But anyway, shout out to Seth's son, man. Appreciate your donation, man. Shout out to R.O. again. He says, never forgot white men force absentee fathers, fatherism, I guess, on black men, forced single motherhood and 304 culture on black women, forced orphanage on black children, all on plantations.
Yes, they did. Yeah.
Shout out to Detroit 313, says they actually advocate for that, yet it was glorified by these same women that don't want biological fathers near their children. And look, I've experienced, man, parental alienation where the woman is like, if you don't do what the fuck I say, nigga, you ain't got to see your baby, nigga.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah.
damn, it's like that's how you feel. Like,
Yeah. I got control. Like, you know,
I'm the boss. I'm the boss of this shit. I'm the big. I got nuts, nigga. Like, okay, all right, I feel that.
Hey, yeah, can I step in and say something?
Go ahead.
Part of the reason why a lot of people are starting to pay attention to the space is because, despite a lot of like the critiques that we have of like women and whatnot, especially so-called black women, when it comes to a lot of guys, especially in regards to like the standards they have in regards to like relationships and whatnot, especially guys looking for marriage, part of the reason why you get so much resistance is because when you talk about like say submission, which really guys really just mean cooperation. They don't really mean a doormat. The reason why you get so much resistance is because your demands are so reasonable and modest. You know what I mean? Because think about it, like you said, these chicks are talking about, you need to be making $400,000 a year, basically as obsidian cards are charging you a black tax, for not being super rich and white. They want you to make all this money. They have all these outrageously high standards, and meanwhile you're over here like, yeah, can I just have a woman who's like fairly attractive and clean and like not ungrateful, and it's gonna like be a good mom to my kids? Again, it's because you're in an extra superficial environment having reasonable demands. They try to make it seem like modesty is this horrible thing that's like makes you this like weaker man, but in reality it's like that's what keeps it from having modest demands and modest ambitions is actually what keeps a lot of people from experiencing more poverty. You know what I mean? Because what's going to happen is that 99% of the people who try to strive for opulence, 99% of them are going to die poor, and only 1% are going to be able to live that opulent lifestyle. Whereas if you strive to say, okay, I just want to be able to make enough money where money is not an issue, that's a lot more attainable. So, but again, it kind of goes against that hustle culture mindset. And then to the point there about the about the about like female supremacy coming from chattel slavery, like yes, absolutely. And in fact, you pointed out this out, BGS, in Fraser's book called The Negro Family in the United States, how they
Yeah.
talk about how that mindset of family consisting of women and children only, like again, that is a plantation dynamic, that is a slave mindset. That's not a self-sustaining model. That's an artificial model. Okay. And what we're running into is that the reason why you see so much rampant dysfunction is because we're trying to quote unquote survive with an artificial model that was meant to actually keep you handicapped. You know what I mean? Like, it's like being on a sports team. It's like you're trying to win the game, but your play calling is total shit. Like, how are you going to win the game with bad play calling? Like, most of the time, you're not.
And when the so-called white people that hated us, okay, tried to give us a remedy, guess who fought against it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna tell you why they fought against it, because at the time the second wave of feminism had already kicked off, and the whole notion about blaming women, it was taboo at that point. You can't. Women are untouchable. Like in terms of like issuing any kind of culpability or blame or accountability, that's off the table. They're victims, and to a certain extent, I will agree that black women have been the unwitting victims of paternalism by means of the welfare state. But I mean, it just all goes to show you, sometimes there are wolves in sheep's clothing. That every time somebody offers you some, baubles, doesn't mean that you should accept them. Because sometimes those baubles, it's like how the Native Americans got fucking, tricked into taking on smallpox. Came in the form of gift. Or am I fucked up about this? Am I wrong? Didn't them blankets with smallpox with the motherfuckers in it?
Well, it was really more so about like a lot of these early European colonists being like absolutely filthy and having like disgustingly bad standards for hygiene. Like they were basically a petri dish of like random diseases. I mean, typhus, diphtheria, smallpox, anthrax, you name it, they had it. So, yeah.
And and I wanted to say too, though, part of the issue that we're not looking at. Bell Hooks pointed this out. I forgot which book. I was trying to find it, but Bell Hooks pointed this out. She said, basically, every generation of women essentially starts over, meaning they don't get instruction from their mothers. They look at how the mothers
Wow.
are able to wield power, but they don't necessarily get instruction of a wisdom type. You know what I'm saying? They don't get instruction on how to manage things. They only know this is what I can do, and so they do it. They don't necessarily get the wisdom on how to, as we're talking about, how to get along. They just know that they have a power and they see that power being yielded. But as we know, as we see the results of them yielding that power is destruction. And part of the issue, and I said it in the chat, is that essentially these hoes are too weak of a woman to challenge their mothers and find fault with their mothers, right? I mean, basically, they're just, when you talk about paternalism, I think the number one paternalism is coming from their own fucking mothers,
It
right?
is. It is.
Right? If we really want to keep it 100 about this shit, these women are fucking scared shitless to say anything wrong with what their fucking mother is doing. You know
That's
what I
true.
mean?
That's true. It
Hey,
is very.
yes.
I call it like
Felicia did it. Felicia did the same thing. She blamed everybody else except her mother.
yeah. I call it like a infantilized negrophobia. Okay. When you guys talk about paternalism, I call it infantilized negrophobia, where like we coddle, we go out of our way to coddle so-called black women that practice quote unquote anti-blackness. Um, Now the reason why people on the outside do it is because they're doing it on purpose as a form of stirring up the hornet's nest, so to speak. They're doing it with the intention of stirring up hatred and division and animosity and whatnot. However, those of us within the community, we do it because number one, it gives us a false sense of moral supremacy. I mean, think about it: siding with the women no matter what, even if she's wrong. It gives us, it makes us feel like we're morally superior and we're more quote unquote enlightened. And then number two is that if you notice, especially over the last 50 years, right, it's very easy to conceal or rationalize a lot of like um, affinity fraud, a lot of like abusive and predatory behavior under the guise of air quotes female empowerment and trying to be a quote unquote female advocate or advocate for women. That's how you have a lot of these like people basically being exposed to scammers, or how you have stuff like that one white guy in South Carolina that gave like 600 so-called black women, like, was it HIV? That's how that stuff happens, because it's always under the guise of either you can't tell the women what to do, or I'm just trying to air quotes help and empower women, and then it turns out that, like you said, you're a wolf in sheep's clothing.
But let me say this: what I want people to focus on, it's the mothers who are teaching the sons and the daughters, right, to infantilize women. It's the mothers that are doing this. Men are not just necessarily coming out on their own, just saying that we got to do this for women. It's the mothers who are teaching the sons and teaching the daughters for them to not hold these women accountable for their behaviors. The mothers are doing this shit, right? And I'm saying potentially it's because of the fact that the mother herself, she did not get educated on how to, she did not get properly socialized on how to properly manage a home and manage relationships. So the only way that she knows to manage it is basically to give a pass to all the fuck shit, because she does not know how to properly manage. She doesn't have ma'at. She does not have the wisdom to meter out justice as appropriate. So the only way that she can do it is in line with the liberal, with the white liberal, is to allow all kind of fuck shit and give excuses for it. That's all she fucking knows. So she teaches her son that same thing. Just let the bitch run fucking rampant because she don't know better. And the reason, since she don't know better, that mother knows in the back of her mind, she not teaching her daughter shit. And so I'm saying the daughter and the mother, both of them, neither one of these motherfuckers are being honest. Because again, Bell Hooks said this shit. These women are not being fucking socialized properly. Not even about submission. They're not even taught the basics of what it means to have proper etiquette and behavior as a fucking human being. They're only given entitlement And these women are feeling guilty that they're not giving their daughters the proper tools to be proper human beings. And the white people know this shit too. Cause I remember when Obsidian clipped me when I was talking about the situation with one of the jobs I had, where I had to apologize to the fucking secretary because she damn near stopped me from getting the fucking job. Right? I went to the corporate retreat and the fucking CEO, you know, the bitch was getting drunk and all this other type of shit. So I was made to apologize to this bitch, right? To even get the fucking job and bow down to this bitch, right? But we go to the corporate retreat and the CEO even knows that this fucking retard ass bitch is a fucking asshole and a fucking liability. But they gonna go along with it because everybody knows that's all that they got. Nobody is teaching these women.
Hey, salute to the brothers on the panel. If I can go ahead and jump in here.
Yeah, go ahead, Wrench Turn.
Yeah, shout out to you, GG, man. I've been watching for a while. It's my first time coming up on your panel, bro. Hell of a job with the work that you do.
Appreciate you, man.
Shout out to the folks in the chat. I always find it refreshing when we have these conversations, man, specifically when we have women on the panel, right? Especially the detractors. They make it seem as if we didn't grow up in these households. I can vividly remember. And when I look at that video and you show those young ladies with the babies and they raising their hand or not raising their hand saying that they want to be married. I was born in 83. I think that video was in 86. So that means that my mother, if she was alive, would be right around those women age around that time, right? And I can vividly remember her, all her homegirls getting dressed up. They had the black leather pants and the black leather jackets going to the Mary J. Blige concert. And all of a sudden, all the kids over at the house eating up all the damn oatmeal cream pies, all downstairs in the fridge drinking out the jug. And you trying to corral these little bad motherfuckers running all over the house, don't want to go to sleep. Motherfucker leave the joystick sticky. I can remember. I can remember these days, right? And it wasn't just me, it was all of my homeboys. So whenever these conversations happen and they try and make it seem like, oh, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what we grew up in some of these households. We went over to our homeboy's house or they came over to ours. You know what I'm saying? This is not a figment of our imagination that we just pull it out of thin air. The brothers that you see in this space, you know, the brilliant minds that you see in this space, and a lot of the people who just consume the content, they may not be content creators, that consume the content, something brought them here. You know what I mean? There's a reason why we absorb this content. There's a reason why we provide the feedback that we do, right? It's just now starting to make a lot of sense to a lot of the brothers. You know what I mean? And I'm thankful for the space because even for me, being someone who's 40, being someone who's done very well for himself professionally, it is enlightening to see where the disconnect is as it relates to our counterparts, whether it be in relationships or whether it be in business on my end, right? You're talking about somebody so I work in senior leadership in manufacturing, so I'm a plant manager. Now, there's no reason why I should have a B-dub in my office trying to go back and forth about getting rolled up for some time that you missed, right? Some time that you missed because your cycle started and you don't want to be around men. This is the type of shit that's happening in the workforce, right? And you have to navigate this landmine. You have to navigate this landmine of they coming in with this hyper liberal ideology. They see a brother in leadership and they immediately go back to this program. And by default, I don't have to respect this black man, right? Until I'm sitting down having a conversation about why you're on the final and you miss one more day, you out of here, right? Then it's this fake great value version of femininity and soft and being dainty because you want to keep that job. You know what I mean? So I always find it funny that, you know, that there's always this feedback of, I don't know where it came from, or it's all on the men. I grow men. I've worked with men for the last few years, brothers that make over 100,000. I've grown them from being in the warehouse driving forklifts to being into leadership themselves, right? And so I see it. This is my lived experience. I've been doing this for a while, and I do it for the sole purpose of empowering, number one, our people, but I work with a lot of brothers because of the nature of the type of work that we do. And when these brothers earn more money, I've never seen them then in turn around and leave those families and pull a rug from underneath them. What I've seen is them start to bump heads with their counterparts because she want to start spending more money on bullshit. And rather than being proud of those brothers for the work that they've done, they would prefer to impress their friends and really be on some.
You know, Optimus Prime is my husband, nigga.
That's really the type of feedback that they feel good about giving. Hey, my guy is that dude, but behind closed doors, there's a constant bumping of the heads. But I won't take up too much time, man. I appreciate what you're doing, bro. Shout out to the brothers. I recognize a few of them, and shout out to the brothers in the chat. But yeah, this is a hell of a time to be alive, bro. I think we are beginning to see what was existing before, being the community. We're starting to see that house being taken apart brick by brick. Eventually, it's going to have to burn so that something new can be built in place. I'll land my plane there.
Hey, man, thank you, brother. Appreciate your contribution, man.
Absolutely, brother.
That shit was funny with the Optimus Prime shit. But
yeah, I'll be streaming sometime, man. I got a hell of a soundboard, but like I said, I work in leadership, bro. So a lot of times my hours be all over the place, and my content be all over the place too.
I feel you, man. Well, appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you. Come back anytime, man, and plug your shit. Put it in the chat or something.
Absolutely, right, brother. I appreciate you.
All right, for sure. Hey, look. Hey, man, I swear to God, man, I ain't gonna even lie, man. I've been with a chick, who kind of got like a little sideways and shit, because I got like a extra bread or something, extra 10 G's or something coming to me, like extra 15. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's the problem? I thought this shit was supposed to be the shit you motherfuckers said you love so much. I want a man with money and all this shit. Then you get the bread and shit, the motherfuckers start getting pissed off and shit, getting a little beside themselves. Like, how dare this nigga make more money than I'm making, or get more than I got, or be able to do this, and why ain't I moving up? You know what I'm saying? I even had a chick get mad at me for telling her, look, why don't you go ahead and go after your PhD? You know what I'm saying? You got a master's, you know what I'm saying? Go and make this shit happen. You ain't got but a little more step to make. One more step, you there. Oh, I ain't got to do all that. I ain't got, but you don't want to be a motherfucker who ain't got this. Damn, so I can't even encourage you to do shit. You coming to me with all that bullshit? Because I'm trying to encourage you? Come on, man. It's some straight fuck bullshit, man.
No doubt, no doubt.
But let the Intuit man speak, man. Glad you came by, man. Talk to us. You there, bro? I guess he can't say shit, huh? The Intuit, man. Talk to us, man. But I guess any one of y'all can take up the
yeah, man. Let me say this.
No, let him go ahead. He coming back in. Okay. I think he is there now. He got bumped.
Okay, yeah. So he's probably gonna come back in, and then.
All right. Well, let me say this then. Man, I think too, man. With that whole BS about them being afraid of the patriarchy. I mean, you even have when you have black women, right? Because I do this reparations thing and whatever, and I've been online and all that type of shit. So I'm in that space, and I'm in a manosphere space and shit. And you got actual women. I've on several occasions, black women have fucking told me that black men, right, are sellouts, are fucking coons because of the fact that we used to get with white women coming out of fucking slavery. And I'm looking at these fucking bitches here, man. God damn. Listen, I gotta say it. These are bitches. If a bitch gonna tell me, right? Emmett Till in 1944, look at what he fucking looked like. Now these bitches with the fucking so-called education gonna try to fucking tell me that black men coming out of fucking slavery was fucking white women and wifing them up, and that's what the fuck you basing the fact that you had to be a black feminist is because black men have been fucking coons coming out of fucking slavery.
I would like to point out, Ian Grace, that's projection, because if you read books such as Sex and Race Volume 2, it was chapter 14, they talk about how like a lot of like these like newly freed slave women were like actually going around basically having orgies with like Union soldiers or whatnot. So I don't know what the fuck she's talking about. And then don't forget like placage, and then if they want to be outraged about, if they're looking to be outraged about, quote unquote, black men, quote unquote, interracial dating, they're the ones that opened up the Pandora's box. I mean, literally, you look at Loving versus Virginia, 1967. This is a black, well, technically Rappahannock Indian, but this is a black woman that an underage black woman that was married to a white man, and that was the court case that lifted the the national ban on interracial marriage. So if they want to complain, I mean, if they want to get mad at somebody, they got to get mad at themselves. I'm like, you're complaining about something that you helped to instigate. Same thing when it goes to colorism. Like, historically speaking, most colorism in the so-called black community is perpetuated by women, not men. But of course, they don't want to talk about that because, again, the common sentiment of a lot of pro-blacks, hoteps, feminists, etc., is that the way to quote unquote heal, air quotes, and air quotes save the community is by way of basically blaming so-called black men for 100% of the shit that goes wrong and telling so-called black women that their shit doesn't stink. So that's their idea of saving the community. That's their idea of air quotes building a nation and building a family. And that's the reason why, again, most of these quote unquote community building efforts go up in smoke. Because again, in any functional community, it's accountability on both the man and the woman, not just the man, not just the woman. So, it's a sad reality that people don't like to read, but I mean, hey, it is what it is.
Well, when you talk about that, BGS, or I'm not sure it's just BGS, but the information is out there that black women have over 1 million more children than black men do, right? By other races of men, right? I mean, so that whole fake ass notion, right?
Yeah, about 15% of the black children born. Yeah, about 15% of them. Yeah.
I mean, that whole fake notion that we're the ones, right, that are stepping out with other races of women, right? And you got more children than us, a whole million more children than us with other races of fucking men. And not only that, you fucking got a baby daddy with them too. Listen, I mean, goddamn, what kind of world are we living in where we can't even? And I don't want to go hard, but when I'm dealing with women that are trying to pretend like they don't fucking see 2 feet in front of them, right? And they want to have a conversation and live in this fucking weird ass delusion, right? I don't even want to argue, but at least I want to deal with facts. You know what I'm saying? If we're going to have a conversation, at least let's deal with facts. You know what I'm saying? Don't project onto me some shit instead of dealing with the facts, right? Don't project onto me instead of dealing with the fact that you really hate your mother, right? Let's wake that up. I just had a conversation with a female who was talking about how much she hated her mother, right? These chicks be hating their mothers because their mothers don't teach them shit about being a human being. Right? And they leave a void inside of them. And what happens is a lot of times they meet us, these good men, and we gotta teach these chicks like they was children, like they ain't learned shit. I mean, if you've been with a chick, I know you don't came across several women in your lifetime that you basically had to fucking raise up. I'm talking about regardless of their education level. You had to teach this chick what it means to be a fucking human being and be a respectable person. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of even if they wear nice clothes and shit. You had to teach her what it means to be a human being and have integrity because their mother didn't teach them and their mother didn't want them to have no integrity because their mother only knows power. They only know opportunism, and that's all they teach their daughters. And they don't want their daughters to have integrity because that means no longer can they wield that power over black men.
So look, man, we at the 4-hour mark, man. Just about. I'm about to wrap this shit up, man, and go get something to eat real fast, cause I'm a little hungry and shit. So
yeah, same.
Let's go ahead and go around the hoop real one time, man, and everybody, can speak their piece. I'm gonna start with Toya. Go ahead and speak your piece if you got something else to say, man, to us before you depart. I would greatly appreciate it if you could do it now.
everything that Ian just said. Okay? Exclamation point at the end. Um, I would just like to leave by saying that I think these conversations are necessary and I'm glad to be here. I will always effort towards having a frank and honest conversation, especially where that means I leave the conversation better than when I came into it. And I'm happy to say that I feel that way today. Um, I wish everybody peace, ease, and whatever they please. Thank you for having me, Gigi.
For sure, man. Thank you for coming, Toya. Appreciate your presence here, man. Appreciate you. Okay. We give it to Ian next. And you got your 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. I'm just trying to cook, man, because I like I said, I done been in relationships where I done had to educate women, black women, on the reality of a lot of this shit. You know what I mean? I had to educate them. You know what I'm saying? I had a girl, you know what I'm saying? She was still hung up on the fact that her grandfather left her grandmother and had another family. Right? It wasn't the fact that her grandmother was destitute or anything. It's just that, for whatever reason, but so the story gets told to her by her mother and her aunts, but they don't go into what was really the dynamic and what the issue was. They just automatically just put it on the man that he left, but you don't know why he left. You don't even know if goddamn those was even his fucking kids. BB King was not able to have kids. Biologically, he was not able to have kids, but yet this nigga had 15 children. You feel what I'm saying? Shit. Let's be real about this thing here, man. Let's be real about it. You know what I'm saying? Look at the boxer that just won the shit. The mother was telling the nigga he wasn't gonna be shit his whole life, right? Don't tell me that bitch hate her goddamn son, but then can maintain a relationship with a grown fucking man that's gonna require more of him than that little boy did. Don't tell me that there's a reality. That these chicks hate their own fucking sons, but then you're gonna tell me they great at fucking relationships with grown men? Don't tell me that shit. Don't tell me that shit. I want to hear it.
Okay, so hey, look, your 2 minutes is up, man. Thank you for coming on, man, and fucking with your boy this fine afternoon. You know what I'm saying? So thank you for coming through, man.
I appreciate you.
Catch you on the next grind. You feel me?
All right.
All right, man. Be good, brother. Kevo. Holla at
Yeah,
me
man.
real fast, man.
Yeah, man. Great conversation. Again, I'm always grateful, to be a guest on your show. Again, from my perspective, is obviously, we all have things we need to improve about ourselves. Same here. Same with me. I got a lot of stuff I need to improve about myself. But overall, it's this. Listen, the emotional argument that's been made for really the last few centuries is that, the real reason why the women are so uncooperative and whatnot, have a negative reputation for being uncooperative and whatnot. The emotional argument that's been presented is that, the real reason why they act this way is because of so-called black men either being inadequate, inferior, or because we're just these mouth-watering misogynists. And I think the problem that a lot of people are running into is that because we're starting to retrace our steps and trying to cite a lot of stuff in history and facts and cultural observations, it's like that argument simply doesn't hold water anymore. And I think what's happening, the reason why people are starting to pay attention to this space is because essentially the same gynocentric and misandrous social engineering that we've been subject to for the last few decades, if not the last few centuries, has now been exported to men all throughout so-called Western society. So because of that, that whole personal responsibility gaslight for things outside of our control, they're going to be forced to have to walk back a lot of these hardline misandrous views and talking points, especially when it comes to so-called black men. And I think it's just what we're doing right now is that essentially we're basically playing a game of chicken with Mother Nature, and something's got to give, man. And hopefully something gives soon. So hey, it is what it is.
For sure, man. Appreciate your conversation, man, and your contribution today, man. Appreciate that. All right. So, look, I'm about to wrap this shit up, man. Look, I want to show some appreciation for Felicia coming here today and telling her story. She didn't have to come and say anything or have any conversation with me at all or talk to y'all. Even if you agree or disagree with anything she said, at least she came by and had the conversation. So you got to give her some applause for that, little appreciation just for that alone. So thank you for having come by today. Hopefully I can get you to come by at some time in the future. Also, I want to make sure that I give a shout out to all the people, man, who supported the channel today. Volcanus, Gregory Scotland, Salty Balls, Nichita, Mike Johnston, Wrench Turner, Hurricane Greg, Dapper Dons, Dwayne, SL, Kevin, Leon, Detroit 313, RO, Seth Son, Alan Melton, Kevin 3905, Mississippi Delta guy, Osworld. Thank all of y'all for your contributions today. I appreciate y'all, man. Real talk, man. Also, I want to give a shout out to T Fitness for You, Douglas Somerville, Tommy Robbins, Chris G, Ramon Stewart, Corbett Goodwin, True, Perry, and just so many people who supported me, man. I really appreciate your contributions this fine afternoon, man. I really do. And until the next time, man, I'll holler at y'all, man. I don't know what I'm going to do next. I might take Monday off. I might hit Monday up. It all depends on how I feel. But it was a pleasure to be with y'all this afternoon again, man. I'll holler at y'all on the next one. Peace.